the women in the farming community, it's an investment to the entire family because they're the ones budgeting for their home and cooking nutritious food for their children. Second one, we have a farm school. So far, more than 50% of our farm school are women, and most of them they own family farms that would have an hectareage from 1 to 2 hectares, smallholder farming. And we've been working with them in diversifying their sources of income from coconut to turmeric and ginger to poultry and now livestock inclusion so that they have different sources of income. And the most magnificent so far that we're doing right now is the Move Food initiative during this pandemic. We've been working with almost 16,000 farmers, and most of these farmers are smallholder farmers, meaning they are family farms. And we also have an agri-rescue kitchen that also give justice to save the food waste in the food supply chain.
The government of the Philippines undertook important concrete actions promoting family farming. We are likewise empowering farmers' cooperatives and associations and young agripreneurs by providing much-needed financial support. We are engaging state universities and colleges, government agencies, and business development services to mentor the beneficiaries of programs such as the Capital Access for Young Agripreneurs, KAYA, and Agri-Negosyo Program, ANYO. The country has recently legislated the SEARCA Act that establishes the Farmers and Fisherfolk Enterprise Development Program. Prior to this, as recognition of the significant contributions of family farmers in achieving economic and sustainable development, the Philippines established the Magna Carta of Small Farmers. Lastly, to address the vulnerabilities of our current food systems due to COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippine Department of Agriculture has crafted a new food security framework translated into the Plant program to help the agri and fishery sector to survive, reboot, and grow. Maraming salamat po.
The action plan has been implemented since the beginning of this year. This program aims to increase food availability, accessibility, and utilization, as well as to improve family farmer income. The target of this program are to reduce the food vulnerability as reflected in the Food Security and Vulnerability Atlas from 18% in 2018 to 10% in 2024, and also to reduce the poverty rate from 9.8% to 6.5% in 2024. The action plan was developed as the result from the dynamic dialogue between the government, researchers, and NGO for various stakeholders to formulate the program in line with strengthening the role of family farming. It's more important during the COVID-19 pandemic, in which this program is not only to provide healthy local food, reduce food expenditure, and increase household income, but also could create job opportunity for the family.
Two-thirds of the population in Nepal are engaged in agriculture, and among them, most of the population, most of the farmers, they are the small scale and medium scale farmers. Thus, our all agricultural program focus is towards the upliftment of this small and medium scale family farming. So we have launched several awareness programs, several campaigns to raise the issues of this family farming and the technologies, the awareness campaigns and other activities to uplift the farmers, to raise their issues at national level. This national plan, we are mainly focusing towards the commercialization, small scale commercialization of our indigenous commodities, our fruits, our vegetables, and also small scale poultry and other commodities. And we are more focused towards the youths. Our main focus is to raise the awareness, to flow the information, to give them the access to finance, access to market, access to premium price, and also to make them agri-business persons, agri-entrepreneurs. The livelihood and economic status of the farmers will be enhanced, and they will gain the sustainable income for their livelihood, and as a whole the nation will be enriched with their economic upliftment. We are working together with national level and international level organizations in this issue of family farming to promote and to enhance these issues at the subnational level and for the benefit of farmers, small scale farmers. Most important thing is to make our agriculture sustainable and to make our farmers sustainable and resilient. In this regard, the COVID-19, the message is very clear that we have to focus on sustainable agriculture, and family farming is more sustainable in this regard.
Many tend to forget how fundamentally important family farming is for our food system. Indeed, if we want to achieve a global food system that produces enough nutritious food at affordable prices within planetary boundaries, there is no way we can do that without supporting and underpinning family farming. Unfortunately, our global food system is in a crisis. 690 million people don't get enough food every day. 2 billion people don't get enough nutritious food. And on top of that comes the climate crisis and now also COVID-19. Family farming is often more sustainable when it comes to, for example, production per unit. It's higher. When it comes to safeguarding biodiversity, it's better. And we will not be able to build back better if we do not put a lot of emphasis on developing family farming. In the Asia-Pacific region, for example, 80% of food production stems from family farms. And we can underpin and support better by partnering with governments to develop national action plans, national policies generally, and investment schemes. And that's what we really encourage all governments to do.
Moving forward, a world free from hunger and inequalities means creating a new normal based on people-centered development, valuing family farmers as agents of change, and ensuring generations renewal and gender equality in the rural areas. The years to come will require new efforts and the commitment of the government, farmers' organizations, and the international community to push the UNDFF agenda forward in the Asia-Pacific region, delivering policies, services, and investments that will benefit family farmers. Let us put family farming at the center of the national policy and the Asia-Pacific regional agenda to lead the transformation towards a new and more inclusive normal for this decade and beyond. This is essential to achieve SDG 2 and indeed most of SDGs, and to ensure the better future for the region and the world.
Family farmers are the agents of change for a zero hunger and a sustainable world. By supporting family farming, we ensure our future. Let us join forces and do it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Banzuela, and thank you for sharing that video. For our audience, you may start typing in your questions in the Q&A box, which you will find in the menu bar on your screen. Now, to give us a young farmer's perspective, I now call on Mr. Charlie Balico, representative of the Pambansang Samahan ng mga Nagkakaisang Kabataang Magsasaka o Pamanaka and AFA Young Farmers Committee. Mr. Balico? Sir, you're on mute.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlie Balico, a young farmer from Patanong Credit Cooperative, a member of Pakisama, a national confederation of family farming organization in the Philippines. Currently, I'm a farmer technician of our cooperative, also national chairperson of Pamanaka, or National Federation of United Young Farmer Organization. Being a young farmer, personally, I salute our noble farmer who sacrifice a lot to provide food, especially during this time of pandemic. Farmers are our food heroes. Farming is not a piece of cake. In my own experience, at the very young age, I learned to do farming with the help of my parents. I have realized how hard it's to work under the sun and rain just to produce crops and harvest product. I choose to stay in this profession not to support my family but continue raise awareness to the situation of the farmers and to inspire my fellow young farmers to go back and invest again in farming. I consider joining the Pamanaka as almost significant milestone of my life. I've been chance to express myself, share my advocacy with my fellow young farmer. Pamanaka is National Federation of Young Farmer. Organization from different of the country is the official of Young Farmer Arms of Pakisama, which was established and recognized in 2019. Since we are a thriving organization, there are many works that needs to be done address major challenges and continuously comforting our sector. There's include lack access to land we do not own and land that we cultivate, lack of support to access government program and services, continued trapping to the low price palay and high price farm inputs that result to our products is loose. Lack of socio-culture and activities organizing for youth organization. Lack of government policy from the young farmer. Outlets of natural phenomena such typhoon that closely damage our crops. Challenges brought by the COVID pandemic. To overcome the challenges, and we support our Pakisama development partners, we finalize our 3-year strategic plan. Our vision, empowered, sustainable, and resilient Filipino young farmers. Our mission, we are young farmers Pakisama, are committed and capacitate ourselves and to collectively under the influence duty bearers in policy program development of food sufficiency and sovereignty. As we strategic direction, our goals are to organize, capacitate, and sustain the young farmers organization under adopts integrated organic farming system in the rural communities. Engage and capacitate the local and national policy and decision-making process. Mobilize resources, sustain and program and services of young farmers. I would like to share some the initiative of Pamanaka, such as our product, regular online consultation meeting with young farmer, strengthening partnership with development farm partners and academe, include our ongoing collaborate and with Ateneo and development study student who help us improve our logo, branding, and visibility in social media like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attendance, congressional hiring, then act Abagna Carta Young Farmer. Conference to support advocacy of family farming. Active involvement to UN Decade of Family Farming. Ongoing profiling activities of the completion of our national database. For us keeping going, to continue moving, we need your support. Hear and listen directly from us kind to support we truly needed. Let's save our agriculture by empowering our young farmer to take the lead. In this regarding, these are our recommendation. Conduct regular consultation with the young farmer and link to support group from other government and other private sector. Provide 5,000 cash grant subsidy by Evercrop by young farmer and providing support for increased income. Strengthening young farmer organization in young farm country and continue organizing effort capacity building initiatives such training workshop and knowledge exchanges. Continue lobbying for enhancement policy such as National Land Use Act, extension genuine agrarian reform, and the Magna Carta for young farmer. This policy framework intended to recognize and strategic rules of young farmer and promoting sense pride for youth. In the agriculture aims establish national young farmer roadmap which contain inform of food security registry of young farmer, visible food security system, and an index of program available for young farmer. Again, I'm grateful for your opportunity platform to share my story and the initiative of Pamanaka. Maraming salamat po sa lahat.
Thank you, Mr. Balico. We now open the floor for some questions. If you have some questions from the audience, you can raise your hand or type in your questions in the chat box, as I just noticed that we do not have the Q&A feature in this Zoom. So please type in your questions in the chat box. Or you can raise your hand or open your camera and just open your mic and then speak. Okay, if we do not have any questions, we will proceed with session 2. We would like to thank Ms. Banzuela and Mr. Balico for joining us this morning. This concludes our session 1, and we will now proceed with session 2. This is titled Participatory Policy Making in Southeast Asia, and we will have 3 country cases presented to us from Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. Just like session 1, we will have an open forum after the speakers' presentations. If you have questions, please post your questions in the chat box, which you will find in the menu bar on your screen. To start, I'd like to call on Mr. Eko Kayono, Senior Researcher and Activist at Sajogyo Institute. He is also an assistant lecturer at the Faculty of Human Ecology in IPB University and an expert team member at the National Committee for Family Agriculture of Indonesia. Mr. Kayono?
Okay. Good morning, Jen, and
Good
everyone.
morning, sir.
Okay, let me to share my presentation. I use my screen.
It's still loading, sir.
No?
Oh, there. We have it now, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let me to share my presentation about the public policy. Public policy and community participation, case study, protection and empowerment, Fisher Folk by National Committee on Family Farming in Indonesia. This is research we have sent to PET and SEARCA. Let me to share summary or from this research result. Scoping studies from our research is how to describe, analyze, process, and dynamic of public policy advocacy by National Committee Family Farming in Indonesia in encouraging the establishment of policies and the regional district level to the protect and strengthen recognition of the basic right of fishing communities for family farming. There are 2 cases and location were chosen. The first, Indramayu Regency in West Java province, which has a local regulation related to national law. We call it protection and empowerment of fisher folk, or we call it Perlindaian, number 2, 2019. And the second location is Blitar Regency, East Java province, which already has local regulation too, related with the protection and empowerment for farmer. We call it Perlindatani. But due to the limited time available, we will present only 1 case, namely Perlindaian in Indramayu Regency, West Java. What the background for our studies? You know, after the 1998 reformation in Indonesia, an important milestone in the national policy of protection and empowerment of fisher folk has been seen. The establishment of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries in the era President Abdurrahman Wahid, or we call it Gus Dur, in 1999 until 2000. But national policies still benefit big business group affiliated with political parties and national authority. Another milestone, the National Marine Fisher Policy was the era President Jokowi, especially period 1 with Minister Susi Pujiastuti, 2014 until 2019. The main program is a blue economy shifting to green economy. There are some programs like eradication of corruption, illegal fishing, ban of the export of baby lobster, protection and empowerment of fishing community are increasing. But unfortunately, many pro-small fisher folk policies have not been continued by the successor ministry until now. This brief history would like to show that the public policy of protection and empowerment fishing community has been not carried out optimally by the state, especially protection for small fisher folk and fishing communities in Indonesia. We know that KNPK, Komite Nasional Pertanian Keluarga Indonesia, there consists 3 national organization, flow small farmer organization, small scale fisher organization, farmer woman organization, youth, NGO, and academia, researcher, and individual have big mandates for promote public policy in favor of family farming in order to improve the dignity and welfare of men and women, small farmer, and to achieve food sovereignty in Indonesia. The main character of the Indonesian KNPK is a coalition of social movement that was born and emerged from below, not formed by the government. So that the guarding food policy in favor and smallholder and fisher folk is very crucial agenda and priority for KNPK Indonesia. What this milestone from protection and empowerment of fisher folk, or we call it a perlindaian law, there are 3 steps and 3 milestones. The first is this idea is for the people initiative, or we call it bottom-up strategy. Since 2014, and CFF or KNPK Indonesia have the many action program like advocacy and the form of policy advocacy, research, education campaigns, as well as natural farming protection or practices, especially expand to advocacy subject, addition to small farmer household as well as fisher folk household. The second step is we push judicial review in the constitutional court. KNPK Indonesia with members conduct the judicial review and won the constitutional court. There are many actors for post-judicial review. Of course, member of KNPK Indonesia like NGO, the national regional level, peasant organization, fisher folk organization, individual fisher folk, people legal agencies, academic, study group, and etc. The substep is advocacy and of national and regional legislative program. Since 2013 until 2014, the law on the management of coastal areas, small island, passed. In 2016, the Protection Act passed too. And the 2019 West Java Provincial Regulation on Perlindaian, West Java Province, or we call it Perda, number 12, 2019 is passed too. Until in the 2019 regional law, or we call it Perda Kabupaten Indramayu on protection for fisher folk, passed too. This is 3-step advocacy. Maybe in summary, this is step of advocacy policy perlindaian law in West Java Indonesia by KNPK Indonesia. The first, we have advocacy with parliament and central governance, and second lab in we pushing judicial review, law number 27 2007 concerning management of coastal area and small island. So we advocacy with parliament and regional governance. After that, we advocacy in the district governance. We call it Premprov, and by lobbying, formal lobbying or cultural lobbying with national, regional, West Java, and partner CSO from NCFF or KNPK Indonesia. After that, we advocacy in implementation, monitoring, and evaluation by KNPK Indonesia and regional KNPK members. So, what the perlindaian laws policy circle process? Like we have sent to SEARCA from our research, there are some steps to explain about the policy circle process. The first, we call it agenda setting policy, and there are some actors to push in agenda setting policy for perlindaian law. Of course, member of KNPK Indonesia, fisher organization, the national level, and individual fisher folk, and national fisher folk organization members. In this step, in the process, we conduct the judicial review and won the constitutional court discussion regarding in the judicial review some law in national policy concerning the management coastal area and small island. The second step, the process is a follow-up after judicial review regarding the management and together with the national CSO coalition began to push the fisher sovereignty agenda with organized and systematic advocacy movement. Since 2014, inspired by issue of law number 19 in 2003 concerning in the protection and empowerment of farmers who are assisted by peasant movement, concerning protection, empowerment, fisher, and cultivating salt farmer and family board. At the regional level, we lobbying and negotiation processes to include in the perlindaian perda in West Java. This is a milestone in the development of the two perda KNPK agenda. In the up is perlindan fisher folk, protection and empowerment for fisher folk. In the law, this is for the peasant protection. Since 2011 until 2019 past. This is milestone. The second step is how to policy formulation. The all actor is KNPK Indonesia member in the coalition, Indonesian Fisher Union, Indramayu Farmer Union, Indonesia Farmer Alliance, some CSO from national CSO or regional CSO. The process is under the auspice of the Bird Law number 7, 2016, concerning the protection and empowerment in fisher, fish cultivation and self farmer Indonesian KNPK, and correct two things. The first, the insurance of derivative regulation, whose urgency is to protect subject in the law of fisher. The second, encouraging how fisher have right in the coastal area management. The second, a correct proposal for regional law or perda, perlindaian text to DPRD or regional parliament in province and agencies to their own political party network. How the policy adoption? After in the parliament or national governance, we advocacy in the regional. So we and this step in the district advocacy parliament in district parliament. The process is provincial level with Java province regulation concerning the protection and empowerment of fish farmer and farmer. After that, at the district level and the same time, if case study area in Indramayu or the West Java, Indonesia, concerning the protection and empowerment of fisher folk and fisher cultivation in Indramayu Regency. Regional law, perlindaian has a strong opportunity to improve access and basic right of fishermen in Indramayu, West Java, Indonesia. How the policy implementation? The process is the first, the existence of regional law, or we call it perlindaian, so led to local scale policy initiative. But the Indramayu district governance only continues the central government program. The second, insurance program from the central government based on the local government, which often create problem in terms of equality in assistance, incentive, and program. Advocacy in Indramayu by National Fisher Folk Organization and the member of KNPK is due to good political relation with majority political party in the local parliament. For Indramayu Fisher Folk, the existence of the national or perda perlindaian has not been able to effectively protect fishermen because there are other laws that negate the protection of fisher subject, such as the Minerva law and government regulation related to national object area. The regulation is failed to threaten in the current and exclusionary practice for fisher, fish cultivation, and salt farmer. Policy monitoring and evaluation. The process perlindaian law is the first, the margin of fisher protection policy with the existing fisher insurance and fisher card under the name Pusuka. The second, since the implementation of this perlindaian or perda regional law, there has been change in the ease of listening fish board. What the lesson learned from this process? Some of the key observations on how the policy went through the stake of the policy circle. First, The policy process in participate and influenced by strong civil society group that operate at various scale by consultative, consultant lobbying, and decision-making driven by the social movement together with the member organization. The second, the process is challenging. The national government policy should be adopted local to ensure an effective on the ground implementation. The ignorance of decision-making actor, this regional level or DPRD national through appropriate entry point over legalization should be addressed. The third, the participation of local community suggests the women group is the planning and decision making for program and the project is important. Significant group also use cultural approach to correct on local insight again in the policy processes. However, formalizing this informal practice will also strengthen to the policy processes. So, what our recommendation? The first recommendation is the policy for family farming in Indonesia will merit from the true agrarian reform, the policy. Second, there is need to achieve the harmonization and synchronization of a fair policies regulation regarding the constitutional foundation of Republic of Indonesia and the framework of protecting and fulfilling the right farmer fisher folk and empowering family farming. The second recommendation for ministries of state agency related to agriculture, fisheries, special territorial, land, maritime, and coastal area, as well as local government is the first, coordinate to implementation of family farming action plan and develop various model of family farming program. Second, allocate of budget and the framework of agriculture empowerment, especially in providing support to agrarian reform in the form of capital assistance, agriculture and fisher folk insurance, mitigation and adoption to climate change and marketing development. The third, guarantee the protection of land, access and production and distribution of family agriculture development from the expansion of agriculture development and industry, which mimic the ecosystem of the agriculture area for long-term viability. And the last, the carry out international and regional cooperation in the context of advancing development and sharing inspirational knowledge related to family farming. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eko, for presenting the Indonesian case. For the country case of the Philippines, let us please welcome Dr. Eileen Lapitan, Assistant Professor and Director of the Center for Strategic Planning and Policy Studies, College of Public Affairs and Development of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Dr. Lapitan?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you can all hear me well. Good morning from the Philippines. So, the decade of family farming provides an opportunity to reinforce the enabling environment in the Philippines for inclusive and sustainable development. Since the small-scale family farming predominates rural livelihoods in the Philippines, the Global Action Plan, focusing on intervention on family farming and family-based production models, designates small farmers as key agents and beneficiaries in the country's journey toward the desired sustainable development goals. The case of the Magna Carta of small farmers offers valuable lessons about policy processes in the context of the Philippines, which can inform any policy development approach down the road. Yeah. So what is the Magna Carta? The Magna Carta is Magna Carta of Small Farmers is a legislation that is deemed to uphold small farmers' rights to productive resources and processes for the ultimate goal of agricultural development. So it was signed into law in June 1992. The Magna Carta of Small Farmers remains as the most relevant public policy making, public policy in promoting the wealth of Filipino farmers. So who is the small farmer? The law, RA 7607, defines small farmers are persons engaged in small-scale subsistence farming for primary primary source of income. They were also further defined as ones transacting at a relatively low gross value at 1992 constant prices around 180,000 per year. The Philippine Development Plan provides another definition. So the small farmers are farmers deriving income from either cultivating no more than 3 hectares of land or landless farm workers primarily employed in agriculture. Also, backyard poultry and livestock raisers as their livestock raising as their primary source of income. So in the Philippines, small farmers make up a majority of the farming population, and they also represent one of the most vulnerable groups in the economy. So as based on definition, in 2012, it was estimated that around 89% of farmers cultivate less than 3 hectares of land, and the average area of land holdings for 5.56 million farmers in the Philippines then was 1.29 hectares. So the legislation, which was passed some time ago, no? Very long time ago, had the following stipulations. Number one, it stipulated the right to organize for farmers into cooperatives or association. And this is meant to enable representation in relevant national agency boards and local implementing units of government. Another provision of the policy is empowerment. This is through entitlements such as ensured and protected access to productive resources, market protection, provision of income, insurance, credit, market information, and training. And it also stipulates obligations of farmers and their organizations that in their pursuit of patriotic and nationalistic goals, they are able to contribute to broader development goals of the country. Another key provision of the policy is infrastructure and farm input delivery. So in terms of infrastructure, this included infrastructure related to production, farm to market road and feeder roads, building of bridges and ports, communication, storage and drying facilities, post-harvest facilities, and also market. In terms of material inputs, this included good quality planting materials, fertilizers, and pesticides. And it was also emphasized that small farmers in low productivity areas will have to be prioritized under this law. Other provisions are provision of access to farm machinery and equipment, and basically the law states that it will ensure availability and access of small farmers to machinery and equipment, as well as draft animals. So in this illustration here, this is the mechanism by which farmers could access support from the Department of Agriculture, not just for delivery of machinery and equipment, but also for other important support, such as extension in agriculture. Water management and irrigation facilities were also specified as one of the key provisions under the law. So this could include small irrigation systems, small water impounding projects, electric pumps, and diesel-powered deep well irrigation systems that could be provided through government programs. Of course, another important aspect of water management and irrigation facilities that was specified in the law is provision of capacity building, participation of farmers and irrigators associations, and also promotion of conservation practices to ensure sustainable supply of water and resources. So the agencies that you see on the screen are the ones that are given the mandate to provide these support. And also for the mapping of agricultural lands that can be reached by irrigation systems and small water irrigation system associations, then let's say the Bureau of Water and Soil Management is mandated to do that. Agricultural credit is also stipulated as one of the forms of support that the government will provide to small farmers. So this is through the Agricultural Credit Policy Council, which is mandated to give subsidies for education and training of small farmers on credit awareness, loan acquisition, and loan repayment. So the credit delivery system under this law is deemed to cater to the needs of small farmers through interest subsidy, minimum collateral requirements, accessibility of a loan facility, reasonable repayment terms, expeditious loan documentation and processing procedures, as well as possible expansion of loan coverages to other farmer needs, like for health or for education of children. So these are all under the Magna Carta of small farmers. Another provision is wage incentives and price support. So it's a whole portfolio of different forms of support from government, such as financial, technical, and marketing assistance, investment and financing programs, learning activities, price support, setting of a minimum wage, procurement support, expansion of social safety nets, such as one example is insurance, crop insurance in particular, preferential tariffication in favor of farmer organizations' imports of production inputs, machinery and equipment, widened scope of agricultural insurance programs, not just covering crops. Like right now, we're seeing different assets in farming being covered. Also, it also stipulates recognition of top performing farmers and farmer organizations. And of course, it also features livelihood and agri-based projects. Finally, the Magna Carta stipulates also research and development that caters to small farmers through establishment of demonstration farms, development and transfer of adaptive and location-specific technologies, generation of knowledge on local soil and climatic conditions to guide sustainable farming, and improvement of linkage between agriculture and industries. So this is just to show on the screen you will find the agencies that were named, that were identified. Now, I am here because I am part of a team that was commissioned by SEARCA to conduct a case study of the policy process in our countries and focusing on a relevant policy to our subject for today. So in this case study, we looked into the policy process that brought about the Magna Carta of small farmers. And for this endeavor, we applied the stages heuristics framework to guide our inquiry. So in so doing, we were able to observe dynamics in each stage of the policy process that reveal the important role of people participation in the policy process. Okay, so the first stage, so as you can see in my illustration here, we're depicting the policy process as a cycle. It's a stage. It's simplified into a process of that could be divided into stages. So in our inquiry, we started with characterizing what happens during the time of problem identification and agenda setting, and then we moved on to trying to understand the process of formulation of the Magna Carta in the policy arena concerned, and then of course we looked into the adoption process, later on the implementation, and then we tried to make sense also of how the policy has been doing, since it's since its adoption. So for the first stage, which is problem identification and agenda setting, after going through several accounts and literatures, and remember, we also did this at the time of quarantine. So we were quite limited from um, going to people, no, to make those interviews, at least as many people as we would like. But what we learned is that, number one, when the Magna Carta was placed in the policy agenda, it is coming from an enduring systemic agenda. It's actually connected to an enduring systemic agenda on agricultural development. And in particular, in the context of a smallholder farmer society. So the Philippines has, for the longest time, been trying to address agricultural development, having also long recognized the importance of the agricultural sector in its development. So it could be considered part of an enduring systemic agenda. And when discussions that led to the legislation occurred, it happened at the time after the EDSA revolution, when a new administration was just replacing the Marcos leadership, no, which was here for 2 decades, no. So just think of it as the policy discourse, okay, leading to agenda setting, being that which is framed, no, as something of a liberation of the economic, social, and political energies in the countryside. And I am basing this, no, on the State of the Nation address of the President in 1989. And also, it's worth noting that at the time that all of these discussions are happening, the policy solutions found in the development discourse reflected prevailing market-oriented views in the late 80s, no, to the early 90s. And I think one of the most relevant observation that we got is the role of peasant groups and advocates during this time. Because at this time, if you lived in the Philippines, or if you read the news in the Philippines, there were a lot of social movement activities that were happening. So these groups actively sought the Aquino government's attention in contest, of course, with other parties. No? So, of course, there was also some resistance from the landed groups with regard to some of the demands of the peasant group. So, in this contest, eventually, of course, other things happened, and eventually, in this contest, the agenda, the issue, okay, that's closest to the concerns of small farmers, eventually made it to the policy agenda. Okay. Now, in the policy formulation stage, okay, so once the issue makes it to the agenda, we go to how the policy was formed. And what we know at the time in the early 90s, no, despite the devolution, and so going into now, in the Philippines, national policies continue to be set, no, at the Houses of Congress. So the Houses of Congress remain the most relevant policy-making arena. Still is, today, because it has the power to determine not only the content of policy, but also the amount of resources that would be involved. Now, within the Houses of Congress, there are what we call legislative committees. And I would say that this is where the magic happens. The legislative committees they do have gatekeeping powers because they can determine who gets to also participate, in the shaping of the policy. So they have, of course, authority over the specialized issue area. So in this case, the Committee on Agriculture and Food in both houses were very much on top of things, and with regard to small farmer issues. So in a way, we could also consider them as little legislatures, in the sense that we can imagine the debates and discussions happening in these smaller meetings, where people are invited to public hearings to talk about the issues and for the purpose of legislation. So the conduct of public hearings by the at the legislature by this committee, okay, has become like the arena where people could participate, or people's groups could participate in uh, the policy process, no, in the formulation of the Magna Carta. Now, when it comes to adoption, okay, so eventually the Magna Carta was enacted, okay, and this was really at the point of decision by Congress, no, through the entire legislative process, and eventually by the president, no, as he signs it into a law. So the decisions that ensue at the other levels of government also make up part of the adoption process. So of course, uh, while the RA, no, already legitimizes, no, the content and the message of the what government would like to do, no, for the benefit of the beneficiaries, who are the small farmers. Of course, there are also a series of decision making that happens in the organization where implementation is going to be done. So even in this process, no, number one, when the president makes decisions with regard to, uh, of course, signing a bill into a law, and also in operationalizing, you know, how the law is going to be implemented, his decision making is influenced by, of course, a process of cabinet consultation. Okay, and this would involve cabinet clusters, which this in the case of Magna Carta it did. Of course, the NEDA board is consulted by the executive. Um, at that time, there was a council of state, and then of course, it's really it's really about all groups that are concerned with coordinating for the benefit of the sector. And then, of course, the Presidential Agrarian Reform Council at the time was also consulted. Now, during implementation, so now is, you know, when I was working on this, of course, one thing that I had to do is to set a like a marker, you know, what consists of implementation. And for a policy this old, it's really about tracing the policy's footprints in the current operations and activities of the selected government agencies. Okay, because of course, after some time after adoption, of course, the agencies, the organization, the government organization would be, applying and then making different kinds of adjustments, you know, to implement the law. But eventually, they sort of equilibrate, no, into a way, a regular way of doing things, and that's what I looked at, no, in this kind of inquiry. So from key informant interviews of implementers in the agents at the agency level, in particular, we looked in at the cases of Cordillera, Department of Agriculture Regional Field Office, and also the counterpart in Bicol region. And the process that we were able to get, no, from how they describe, you know, how they what's the flow of machinery and equipment delivery is this, the one you see on the screen, wherein um, we were told that there is a process of consultation at the level of the local government, no, with farmer organizations. And then, of course, these are assessed and pulled together and submitted to the DA regional office, which eventually would go down to the farmer organizations to do some ground validation activities. So eventually, okay, there's going to be a determination of how much to allocate, and who to allocate to. These machineries and equipment are delivered through the local government, okay, and through in coordination with the local government. And then, of course, the local government will directly interact with the farmer organizations for the distribution and monitoring of these facilities. Now, what happens above at the higher level of decision making is a process wherein DA regional office would, of course, incorporate results of their validating activities, results of all these information gathering on the ground, and incorporate them into targets and budget proposals, which they submit to the central office. So, but of course, as they do that, it's a we can say that it's really not a linear process, because at the same time, central office also provides banner program priorities, which also guides them, which guides the regional offices on how to what to target, how to allocate resources. So what we also were able to observe are the following. First, there's this existence of a feedback loop with local governments, which I was able to describe to you. So I think much of it is an intentional, it's an intent to be bottom up in the approach, through consultation. But of course, it's not a perfect process, and there are elements of decision making that are also top down. The LGUs, or the local government units, they engage the farmers and farmer organizations in the creation of activities and work plans before submitting proposals to the ACAR or to the ARFO, the ARFO. So the involvement of farmers and farmer organizations is also found in crafting of commodity roadmaps and investment plans. And regional plans are also subjected to evaluation of civil society organizations. Now, when it came to policy monitoring and evaluation, because this has the content of the Magna Carta, we would say, has been institutionalized into the operations of the organization. So the monitoring of results is really in terms of agencies meeting targets for the provision of, let's say, plant machineries and equipment, and of course other forms of support. For the delivery of irrigation support, effectiveness relies on the operations and management of the Trained Irrigators Association. So there's an aspect of the results being on the shoulders of the capacitated people group or organization. Now, the farmer organizations benefited by, of course, the delivery of machineries over time, and the number of irrigator associations organized and engaged by the National Irrigation Administration for irrigation management it's on an upward trend. So about 1.19 million farmers benefited from the organizations of the irrigators associations based on NIA data. So as a result, okay, so we also wanted to see if there's anything, any kind of progress that could be happening, while all of these performance results are being reported. So what we noticed in the long term is that land productivity for the main cereal crops like rice and corn have generally grown over the years since adoption of RA 7607 in the early 90s. And of course, the caveat here is there are other factors that would have driven that. It's just that in the theory of change narrative of this intervention, which is provision of support, this is the expected result. So the growth has been modest, however, for rice. Rice is the one in blue, okay? And this is from 1990 to 2019, based on PSA data. So the share of the population, so these are the results. And we also look at, how does it look like on the other end of the spectrum in terms of welfare? So the share of the population living below $1.25 a day has dropped from about 30%, from 1990 to 23% in 2005. This is based on an ADB report. But of course, as I say as a caveat, there are other factors that led to that. But we will not go into that so much. Not go into that. So the incidence of poverty among farmers is almost double the national incidence estimate at about 32%, or 2.38 million. So still, this is an improvement from the ADB report of 42% in 2003 and almost 50% in 2000. So currently, the proportion of farmer population with per capita income less than the per capita food threshold is about 12%, or 866,000, based on latest PSA data. So what were the insights that we could get from our observations. So participation has shown to be a crucial factor in successful policy process, particularly in the following. So number one, people participation helps tip attention of policymakers toward key policy concern. Of course, it's always a contest, but a persistent effort towards advocacy is always crucial. It's very much needed. Also, people participation are crucial for success in the policy process as it influences policy content and design through active engagement in public consultations and other advocative activities. Also, people participation is important in informing executive decision making toward adoption at different levels of the government organization through sectoral consultations. And by this, there has to be, of course, an active participation of people groups. Also, people participation are crucial in the policy process for contributing to meeting the policy goals through cooperation with government implementers. So this is where, of course, engagement with the government in terms of cooperating with sharing of resources and also applying what they've learned in the capacity building. And ideally, and I say ideally because of course it's always 2020 when we look back, but it would be really nice if people participation could help in enlightening evaluation through insights shared about desired community values and context in explaining results. And this is really more about engaging the people or farmer groups in working out a pathway of impact of the policy that they desire to. Okay, so there has to be a way to determine to determine what are valuable results for them, and it would really help if there is some level of participation in planning. This is really what's interesting about the whole thing. It's hard to visualize it linearly, but really sometimes you think about results at the beginning, basically when you're trying to make sense of what solutions you want to push for, what you want to recommend. So in all this, I also want to note that the government provides or should provide an enabling environment for participation. So, and of course, maybe I could add to this that this is something also that we could advocate, we could advocate for in terms of increasing engagement of farmers, of small farmers in particular, or family farm groups, in the whole process. So that's the end of my presentation, and I hope it has been quite useful to what we want to discuss today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Eileen. A reminder to our participants, please start typing in your questions in the chat box and kindly indicate your organization and country of origin. For our final country case, which is Vietnam, I now call on Dr. Dao Te An, Vice President of the Vietnamese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, or VAAS. Dr. Dao?
Hello, everyone. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to to talk about the family farming policy in Vietnam. So in Vietnam, in reality, we don't have a separate policy for family farming because I think that the policy for family farming integrated in the national target program for new rural development since 10 years, and we are now planning for the next 10 years to 2030. So in this policy, we focus on the condition for and mostly market access for small farms, smallholder through the cooperative participation or collaborative group in order to access to the market. So return for a little bit for the history of family farming in Vietnam. It's just the beginning is since year 2018, where the old cooperative system had no more efficiency, and in 1988 the government decided to allocate the land to every family household in order to ensure the food securities. So this is the beginning of recognition of family farming in Vietnam. So up to now it's more than 30 years. So there are some period between 88 and 2008 is we call this is boosting family farming. So the government in the land law gives land security of land use securities right for family for 20 years for rice field in order to support family farming, and also government invest in the irrigation system. So Vietnam have very good irrigation rate, irrigated rate area. It's more than 75% of cultivated area agriculture. And also in Vietnam, the land ownership is state, but the land user family can have 5 rights for transfer, leasing, inherit, and markets also. So with this policy, in fact, that Vietnam moved from a situation from food insecurities that before 89 we have to import the food from Union Soviet, etc. But just 3 years after the recognition of family farming policy since 1993, Vietnam start to export the food, mostly rice, and the food exportation growing up regularly up to now. And every year we export about 7 million of tons of rice, contributed to one food securities. But you know that small farm working only in food production and mostly rice, we have, even with exportation, we have very low price. So the income of a small farm is very low. So that's why we, since 2008, we have the resolution 26 focusing on agriculture, farmer, and rural development. We call this Tam Nông. So this policy is followed by the National Target Program on New Rural Development. So the first objective is to enhance the living standard of family in a rural area, and also the income of farmer, and also the new condition for rising family farming competitiveness. And after that, 2012, government issue a master plan for agricultural restructuring program.
Dr. Dao, the
yes.
slides are not moving, sir.
Yes. Moving?
It's not on presentation mode, sir.
I don't know what they call this, the share pose. I don't know how to see the share pose. What it is?
That was it okay if we share it from here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this is just share for first slide and after this pose.
Yeah, and you just tell us if you're going to move from one slide to another. Where are you now at the moment? At slide?
I think that at slide 4 or 5. 4.
Slide 4 already. Okay.
Is this your slide, sir?
This is a policy formulation. Okay. So policy formulation. It's okay?
Okay now, sir.
It's okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Policy formulation. So in this new rural development policy, we developed with 19 indicators. So the 19 indicators based in the sustainability of rural development. So we focus on the not only the supporting family farming for the competitiveness, rising productivities, but also the living standard and mostly income, and also resolve the problem of environmental pollution in rural area. So by this process, we design the mechanism of participation from grassroots. So in every commune, we focus on development run at the commune level, and in every commune they have a committee to design the planning, production planning in the commune, etc. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the government will support the rural community to invest in the infrastructure such as irrigation or the rural road from village and also go to the sham in order to access for mechanization vehicle, and also to develop research and extension services for family farming with innovation, and also promoting the new type of cooperative and collaborative group. The new cooperative is different from the old cooperative because the old cooperative focusing only in the input services such as irrigation, seed, insecticide, etc. But the new cooperative is focusing mostly in the market access and post-harvest, because family farming in Vietnam have very good productivities. But the main constraint of every family farming is market access and how to improve the quality of the product for domestic market, also for exportation market. Next slide, please. So for the policy implementation in Ministry of Agriculture, the design of office to manage the national target new rural development program at the same as the provincial and district level, and also we in parallel we have another system to support the cooperative system from central to province. And also another group focusing in one commune, one product policy promotion recently. Next slide, please. So for the development monitoring evaluation of this policy, the government issue a series of 19 criteria with the sub-criteria, with the 39 sub-criteria. And also every year we have monitoring report from commune. And also now with the supporting of digitalization process, so the digital reporting system is building. Next slide, please. And for the investment support by government at the communal level, they have also a mechanism of community monitoring with the representative of farmers. So briefly, we can see that now we are planning for the new development rural development program for the next 10 years, because we think that in the last 10 years the new rural development program have very successful results. So up to now we have about, after 10 years, about 60% of commune in Vietnam. In Vietnam in total we have about 10,000 commune, and now it's about 6,000 commune already achieved the 19 rural development criteria, and they are continuing to upgrade the rural development result in a higher level. So the program now is focused more on what is the ownership role of the rural people with the bottom-up approach, and also to improve to revise the system of indicator and criteria, and maybe suitable also to the new rural development goal for the next 10 years, and also for the SDG. And we need also to adapt the indication system for the different region, mostly for remote mountainous area, etc., or ethnic minority. They don't have, maybe for the new rural development program, they don't have the same criteria as the people living in the Delta, etc. Also, we continue to promote the awareness for everybody for involving in the family household production. So the challenge of Vietnam now is agriculture in Vietnam is more and more nationally integrated, more and more exportation. So the question of family farming involving in the agricultural value chain, and how to raise competitiveness of family farming is a big challenge. And then family farming have to maybe should participate in the cooperative, And government focus on the supporting family farming through the cooperative, not only a separate family, because it's very low competitiveness and sustainability. So this is our work to now. We are winning the policy. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dao, for sharing the case of Vietnam. We now open the floor for some questions. The first question is from the House of Representatives, Mr. Romulo Emanuel Jr. LGUs tend to be viewed as one homogeneous unit, but LGUs in the Philippines consist of at least 3 autonomous levels or units, with each directly dealing with the same constituents. Do you think this has significant implications in the quality of participation in the policy process? And does local government fragmentation facilitate or hinder participation in the policy process? This question is for Dr. Lapitan.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Ideally, the 3 levels, and by this we mean in the Philippines, we have provincial, municipal, and barangay or village level of local governments. Ideally, they're supposed to bring the government closer to the people, right? And if you go to the villages, the farmer and fisher folk organizations are usually organized at the level of the village. So if you go to the municipalities and you ask about who are the what are the farmer organizations that you could contact, and they would usually give you organizations that don't go by their village names. Of course, it's not all the time, but for the many times that we've gone to municipal local governments, it seems like many of the local governments have developed that pattern. So I'm basically saying that ideally it would be good if we have the 3 levels, and that's probably my opinion. That's just my opinion, I guess. But I find value in bringing the government closer to the people, and perhaps the pitfalls of in the quality of participation lies in other factors, which we could link to the LGU fragmentation. Could it be that there happens local elite capture in the villages? So only the local elites are able to access the LGU. Maybe they're the ones who are still able to organize. So we need to look into that. And also, perhaps we need to also review how coordination among the 3 levels could still be improved. Maybe that's the problem. What we know, what I've observed in the field is that, well, and perhaps many of us know this, in the Philippines, control of the significant amount of funds is at the regional office, regional field office, which is really the concentrated, what do you call this, organization from the national agency. So it has direct links to let's say, the Department of Agriculture. As we go down, let's say to the provincial, to the municipal and barangay levels, the allocation of funds for extension decreases despite the weight of the responsibility of coordinating with farmer organizations or fisher folk organizations. And that's common, no? Sometimes they have hectares and hectares of fields to cover, of course, with farmers involved, and they're only given so much money to go around, and it's really sad, no? But of course, the national government makes up for it by through this system of consultation, wherein they allot a certain budget, and then through coordination, they fund, no, through banner programs, the needs of the farmers on the ground. I think a lot of the problem is really in the coordination, and of course the lack of organizational capability also at the lower levels of local government to innovate. Imagine having just enough money to buy gasoline for your workers to go around the villages. Um, yeah, I think that's one important thing. And if I may jump to what Jenny also noted, no, other policies also impinge on effective delivery. So, and in this is for the case of the local governments. So imagine, as Jenny noted, local governments would tend to favor big ticket items because it's easier to procure. And that's really a statement, that's really an observation against the procurement law actually, and the kind of system of auditing that we've had for some time, that local governments would tend to go for the more convenient one, rather than seriously consider results of consultation. So that's going to be I think it's a whole bunch of different things. Perhaps I'm still not convinced it's about the fragmentation. But perhaps if fragmentation could be coordinated better, provided enough support, maybe that could work also. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eileen. We have one comment here from Mr. Villancho of UPLB. Besides having 3 levels of LGUs, there are also different classes from first class to fifth class municipalities. Most of the fourth and fifth class municipalities are agri-based, and they are not the one who have less access to resources like budget and less participation in national policy making process. Can you comment on it, ma'am?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting observation. Yeah, it's a sad thing that the lower class municipalities do get the smallest piece of the pie in terms of the internal revenue allocation. But of course, the calculus of that is something that would need to be addressed. So, what's the basis of the ERA? Currently, it's really about, well, one of the things is of course area, population, and then the size of the local economy. So it's kind of a vicious cycle, you would say. I would say, because if you have little such small allocations for not doing so good, how can you work? How can you work better? So on one hand, if we want to reverse that calculus, then it will take a massive effort to advocate, to change the calculus. So it's not something that has not been mentioned in a lot of public fora. And going back to what we know about the policy arena, it's a contest, no? It's a battle for attention. So what would it take for us, no, to change something that we cannot live with, which is, if we see this as an injustice, then we have a lot of work to do. But yeah, it's a sad thing. But of course, the government tries, and the national government does have some measures like the national policy that I just discussed. But there will always be some limitations to what that can do in terms of results. I agree very much that if the less developed areas are given more revenue allotment, I really believe that that could take them farther, at least, than where they are right now.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Eileen. I think that's it for our questions for session 2. Thank you to our participants for your questions, and thank you, Dr. Lapitan, for your answers. Before we conclude session 2, we have a short video to play for everyone, and I believe Doc Ped will give a bit of a background about the video. Doc Ped?
Okay, good morning again. The video that we're going to show is a graphic video. Uh, it's an important component of FAO, IFAD, jointly designed training program on public policy cycles for family farming. The title is Public Policies for Family Farming, a learning framework for inclusive, integrated, and innovative policy processes, developed in the frame of the UN Decade of Family Farming to serve both policymakers and family farmers organizations to increase their capacity about policy design, implementation, monitoring. So this graphic video will be used to introduce to trainees the public policy cycle for family farming and explore related actions taken by state and non-state actors in the distinct stages of the policy cycle for more detailed discussion in subsequent training sessions. So to facilitate evidence-based learning, the policy cycle model is explained through the concrete case documented by SEARCA of the protection and empowerment of fishermen, fish raisers, and salt farmers of Indonesia under the law of the Republic of Indonesia number 7 in 2016. So let's just watch the video while we're taking this also helpful break.
The public policy cycle, presented through the case of the protection and empowerment of fishermen, fish raisers and salt farmers. Law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 7/2016. Public policies are essential for family farmers to lead the transformation towards sustainable food systems. The public policy cycle model is a useful tool to analyse complex public policy processes. It can help actors to better engage in policy-making processes for family farming. In this example, the public policy cycle model is applied to the development of an Indonesian law on the protection and empowerment of fisher people, fish raisers, and salt farmers. The need to protect the rights of farmers and fisherfolk entered into Indonesian national debate at the National Conference on Agrarian Reform and Farmers' Rights in 2001. Thanks to an earlier successful mobilisation of civil society around the Law No. 19 in 2013 concerning the protection and empowerment of farmers in 2016, the National Committee of Family Farming called for specific measures targeting fisher people, fish raisers and salt farmers. These efforts were successful. The Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries agreed that the challenges facing fisherfolk have to be recognised by government. This is called agenda setting. To formulate a policy for coastal areas and small islands, the government collected information and assessed the challenges of fishers and salt farmers. This process involved consultations between the People's Representative Council, the government, private sector, civil society organisations including the fisherfolk. One of the important discussions focused on how fisherfolk should be defined by the law. 3 essential articles of the legislative text were developed to specify the criteria and characteristics of the policy beneficiaries, the fisherfolk. The law also specified different instruments to support them. This debate on the different options to address a public problem is the formulation phase. Following a series of public hearings, the People's Representative Council introduced the draft law to the Indonesian House of Representatives, which deliberated and adopted the law in 2016. In the implementation phase, different administrative levels of government are involved at national, provincial, and district levels. At the national level, the policy is implemented by the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries under a dedicated regulation. The Ministry established instruments to reach fisherfolk, including the Trusted Independent Fisherman Insurance Programme and other loans to provide funding for the development and diversification of fishing businesses. At the provincial level, the West Java Provincial Government issued a local regulation that provided a fisherman's insurance card to guarantee the protection of fisherfolk from health-related risks and accidents that occur at sea. The cycle is completed with the monitoring and evaluation phase to assess the effects of the policy, whether it achieves its objectives, and how it could be improved. For example, are there opportunities to increase the policy's coherence with other programs? The policy process for the support of the fisherfolk in Indonesia takes into account and interacts with other policies and governmental regulations, for example with the Presidential National Development Plan. All those policies together, in the end, will have a joint impact on the lives of fisherfolk. The learning framework on policy cycles for family farming can help to build an enabling environment to reach the objectives of the United Nations Decade of Family Farming through contextualized and well-targeted policies contributing to the Agenda 2030 and to sustainable food systems.
Okay, so we will now have a 10-minute health break before we proceed to sessions 4 and 5 of our forum this morning. So see you all in 10 minutes at 11:30. Welcome back, everyone. Up next, we have sessions 3 and 4. Session 3 is titled Development of the UNDFF National Action Plans, Lessons, Gaps, and Bottlenecks. Similar to the previous discussions, we will have an open forum after the speakers' presentations. Please post your questions in the chat box, which you will find in the menu bar on your screen. First, to present the Indonesian National Action Plan, we have Ms. Ika Nurila Krishnayanti, International Relations Officer of Aliansi Petani Indonesia, or API, also known as Indonesian Peasants Alliance. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is my presentation, the development of the UNDFF National Action Plan, lesson, gaps, and bottleneck. So next page, please. Next. Okay. Yes. So this is a brief about the Indonesia NCFF. So we are established in July 2014. We were 13 organizations at that time. Now we are 14 organizations. Consist of farmers, fishers, rural community, and NGOs, human rights, NGOs, and consumers, organic NGOs, and also scientists or researchers. And we have been promoting and advocating public policies in favor of family farming. The public policy that Mr. Eko Cahyono presented previously. So next slide, please. So we are now, Indonesia has the National Action Plan. Next slide. The status or stage of the development of the National Action Plan. We have already the National Action Plan. You can see the figure on the right side is a beautiful book. It is our action plan of the family farming for 2020 to 2024. So this National Action Plan was published in November 2019. Developed by the Food Security Agency under the Ministry of Agriculture. During the development of the National Action Plan, we are considered that the stakeholder is still limited at that time. And the activity in the action plan is kind of only agriculture activity, not yet cover the other field. So next slide. We have, well, actually, we highly appreciated of the development of the National Action Plan by the government. The document or the National Action Plan itself is a living document. So there will be opportunity to develop or to improve this action plan further. So considering the National Action Plan is still a living document, so the NCFF or KNPK in Bahasa, we call it, produce some criticism over the National Action Plan. And we have already submit the document of the criticism of the NAP to the Food Security Agency. Next slide. Now, who are the key actors who involved in the development of the National Action Plan? So in terms of the Development National Action Plan, the first one, 2020 to 2024, there are still limited number of the actors. Most of them are from the government. As you can see in the right picture, there are some logos, and the NCFF, Indonesia NCFF, is one of them in the circle, orange circle. So we don't know. We are, I think we are not that very deep engaged in the development of the National Action Plan. So the other important actors is also important, but not included in the stakeholders yet. So it is the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs or the National Land Agency. It is not there yet. So in our recommendation, we should have include more stakeholder, especially from the government, the Agrarian Affairs, and the National Land Agency, but also the other stakeholders such as private sector and the other agency. As long as the actors are support to the goals of the National Action Plan itself. Next slide. So in the next slide, there are lesson gaps on and bottlenecks of the development of the UNDFF. You can see here, there are still weak coordination at the ministerial level, cross-ministerial. So, for example, the closely related ministries, such as the ministries of the Maritime Affairs and Fisheries and Ministry Villages and Development, and the other ministries, the Agrarian Affairs ministries. Because if we talk about the family farming, we cannot left the agrarian resources such as land, water, and or the seeds and others. So we need to include this important ministries. The other thing that become gaps or bottlenecks is the overlapping between the understanding of the family farming itself and the program that run by the Food Security Agency. It is named Sustainable Food Garden, or in Bahasa it is Pekarangan Pangan Lestari, or P2L. So the definition is overlapping. So we need to reformulate it, the definition of the family farming or the understanding of the family farming and their own program, because the agency who is implementing the UNDFF is the Food Security Agency. Is the no response, not yet, from the local government to start develop the regional action plan. But the NCFF has planned to advocate this regional action plan to the local government. The other gap is the weak socialization to farmers institution about the national action plan. And we are we have recommendation to revise the national action plan by involving a wider and more diverse of multi-stakeholders, such as business sectors, other organization, academias, and philanthropy, local government, and Ministry of Agrarian Affairs, Ministry of Villages and Fisheries, and also the development planning body. And the last is the current map is now actually have been started to revise. So they are starting to involve multi-stakeholders to join forces to revise, or I don't know the terms, to make the reformulate of the that lobbying the Food Security Agency to sit together to discuss to reformulate it, the national action plan. And next slide, please. I think last slide. Yes, this is the importance of forest communities, pastorals, indigenous, men, women, and youth are the subject or the center of the implementation of the UNDFF goals. So it is very important to engage this action plan with them. And the other actors or stakeholder is the people or the stakeholders who can support the achievement of the UNDFF at national and at local. So it could be more inclusive and no one left behind in achieving the UNDFF goals. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Krishnayanti. Before we proceed, I just have a few announcements. As you all have noticed, we are running a little late, so we are adjusting our schedule today. After this session 3 and before proceeding with session 4, we will have a breakout session. We will first have a 40-minute lunch break, and we hope you are all amenable to this adjustment. Okay, moving on to the program, for our next speaker, we have the Philippine National Action Plan. Representing the Assistant Director, Dr. Rosana Mula of the Agriculture Training Institute of the Department of Agriculture is Ms. Rose Ann Leonor, Section Chief of the Corporate Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Policy and Planning Division. We also have Mr. Raul Socrates Banzuela, Executive Director of Pambansang Kilusan ng mga Samahang Magsasaka or Pakisama. Ms. Leonor and Mr. Banzuela, the screen is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In behalf of the various stakeholders who helped craft this action plan, we are very glad for this opportunity to share in this event the status or the stage of the development of the Philippine Action Plan and the key actors, as well as the current lessons, gaps, and bottlenecks in the development process. Next slide, please. So the Agricultural Training Institute, a bureau under the Department of Agriculture, was assigned as the chair of the National Committee on Family Farming under Special Order 792 and 546 issued by the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Secretary William Vidor. So with this, the ATI moved forward with the creation of the 10-year action plan for family farming through a triangular approach and organized participatory and inclusive consultation sessions. Prior to this presentation, 3 consultation workshops were conducted to engage all actors, including family farmers. 2 write-ups to integrate, polish, and firm up the draft action plan, and a presentation to the key decision makers for their further comments and adoption or approval. Further, this document was cascaded to the civil society organizations and farmer organizations for further comments. Also, research and literature reviews and key informant interviews was conducted to coagulate the results of the consultation process. More so, the crafting process engaged various participants from the government agencies, both executive and legislative branch, private companies, research institutions and academe, civil society organizations and farmer groups, which helped identify gaps and concerns related to family farming. Next slide, please. To further reiterate this participatory approach, this slide presents the number of individuals from the different agencies and institutions who participated and contributed in the crafting of this National Action Plan. Next slide. So after the series of the activities initiated by both the KLMPE, ARD-KPP, organized by the civil society organizations and that of the DAATI, the Philippine Action Plan for Family Farming, or the National Action Plan, is on its finalization stage and was tentatively scheduled for launching this coming May in time for the Philippine Farmers and Fishers Month. So aside from the launching, creation of the implementing groups, and the development of the communications and sustainability plans this year, we will also focus our endeavors on the conduct of the baseline study or profiling of our family farmers to better know their current status and to better address their needs. Next slide, please. So for the lessons and good practices, so one major lesson or good practices, which is also in line with the theme of this policy forum, is the involvement of the wide-ranging number of multi-sectoral stakeholders in the development process, especially the civil society organizations, farmer organizations, and farming families itself, who are the most affected by this policy or plan. So with their involvement, inclusivity, and comprehensiveness of the action plan was integrated. Second, multi-stakeholder partnerships is also very vital given the variety of interventions enumerated from pillars 1 to 6 of this action plan. By the way, these pillars are anchored in the 7 pillars indicated in the Global Action Plan. So this multi-stakeholder partnership will enhance the multifunctional roles of the family farmers. With these, more public-public and public-private projects and family farming are called for to not only eventually increase the yields and productivity, but to as well positively affect natural resource management, preservation of culture, and tourism. For the gaps and bottlenecks, next please. With the current pandemic, the most common setback, I suppose all of us has experienced, is that we cannot hold big events face-to-face, resulting to limited movement in the conduct of the consultation process. But nonetheless, there are many ICT technologies at hand which helped us reach a wide range of people participating in the development. It is just a matter of us adopting to the new normal ways of conducting workshops without sacrificing the participation of the people or organizations affected by this policy. So that's all. This summarizes the status of the development of the Philippine Action Plan and the lessons and gaps, as well as the bottlenecks in the development process. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonor. We will now have a video by Mr. Bansuela. It will be shared on the screen. Oh, there's no audio.
Thank you very much, everyone, for this opportunity to share the family farmers' perspective in the story of Philippine Action Plan for Family Farming in the Philippines. If we take an evolutionary perspective, the Philippine Action Plan for Family Farming can be said to be already on its 6th year in the making. Tracing its origins to the celebration of the International Year of Family Farming in 2014, when the first Knowledge Learning Market Policy Engagement two-day conference was held, attended by 270 leaders of family farmers, civil society, government, and intergovernmental organizations. Since then, the KLMP is being held annually, discussing at least 15 best practices and policy proposals on family farming in 5 themes: asset reforms, resilient agriculture, market power, agri-governance and cooperatives, and the role of women and young farmers, yielding in the process 3 books on some 100 family farming best practices and a compilation of scores of policy briefs and proposals. The succeeding years of KLMP would then have the title KLMP 1+2, indicating the years after 2014 IYFF. In 2017, the institutions jointly designing, implementing, monitoring, evaluating the annual KLMP conference formally called themselves the Agriculture Rural Development Knowledge and Policy Platform Technical Working Group, and was recognized by the World Rural Forum as the National Committee on Family Farming in the Philippines, an international NGO based in Spain who spearheaded the global advocacy work for IYFF and UNDFF. The year 2019 thus highlighted the start of UNDFF global implementation in the Philippines. The Secretary of the Department of Agriculture then issued a special order designating the Department of Agriculture Agriculture Training Institute as the focal unit of the government for the National Committee on Family Farming. In the same year, an annual knowledge exchange platform, the Knowledge and Learning Market Policy Engagement, attended by 300 participants from various farmer and civil society organizations, produced a declaration that aimed at localizing the UNDFF targets and indicative actions. After 4 sectoral consultations, 2 write-ups, and a presentation to key decision makers, the current National Action Plan is about to be completed and implemented. We in the FFOs and CSOs are happy to jointly launch with government this National Action Plan. We feel the NAP reflects the voice and dreams of family farmers in the country, and we commit ourselves to participate in the soon-to-be set-up National Council of Family Farming, to be led no less by the President of the country, and we look forward to aggressively participate in its implementation, to end by 2028 an ambitious but we believe doable goal of ending poverty and hunger of 8.5 million family farmers in the country. To achieve this goal, we chose a whole of society strategy, unleashing the strength of organized family farmers, working collaboratively with various agencies of government, civil society organizations, in a multi-stakeholder National Council of Family Farming structure to be installed at the national to the local levels. There are 3 lessons we would like to share to other countries attempting to come up with their own national action plan. First, build on existing institutions. In the Philippines, we built and harness the existing functional multi-stakeholder partnerships such as the ARD-KPP, composed of 11 national FFOs, 11 CSOs, and key government agencies, IFAD and FAO. These institutions have been sharing competencies and resources, designing and implementing the annual KLMP event. During the past 6 months, the same mechanism was mobilized to prepare and improve the draft, utilizing the various literature such as the 3 books on best practices and score of policy briefs generated over the past 6 years of KLMPEs. Second, mobilize strategically the international governmental organizations such as IFAD and FAO to do 3 roles. One is to level off with participants the important role of family farmer organizations and emphasizing existing participatory policies and processes of government. Bridging government, that's the second, bridging government and FFOs, CSOs towards joint right shops. And third, financing lead family farmer organizations to mobilize participation of broad FFO, CSO in the process, including a conduct of national conference to critique on the existing draft. Finally, believe that it is possible for professional family farmer organizations to take leadership among the civil society movement and even make strategic and meaningful contribution in a multi-stakeholder mechanism such as the NCFF. We may only need to invest in them and support them. That was what exactly IFAD, FAO, and other CSOs and the DATI did, supporting the role we in Pakisama play in the process. Recently, Pakisama, on behalf of the NCFF ARDKP platform, endorsed by government's focal unit DATI led by Dr. Mula here, was able to access financing from the Global World Rural Forum Challenge Fund to help complete and implement the draft Philippine Action Plan for Family Farming. Thank you very much, my friend.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Banzuela. Before I introduce the third speaker of session 3, may I remind our participants, please start typing in your questions in the chat box. Kindly indicate your organization and country of origin. Okay, here to present the Lao PDR National Action Plan, we have Mr. Zeus Fops, technical expert of the UNDFF National Action Plan for Lao PDR from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Mr. Fops?
Yeah, thank you very much, Aline. I think I should try to share my presentation, no? Just a second. How does that go? No, wait a minute. Oops, share document. Okay, where is it? Where is this? Sorry, I'm not so used to this process yet. No, where I can't find it. Hang on, just a second. Just a second. Coming. Uh-oh. How do you do this thing? Sorry, I have no idea how this works. Okay, draw.
So you have to open the file and then click on share screen and then pick on the window.
So sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get there.
Hello, sir. I can share the screen for you if you like.
That would be nice because I'm totally lost now. Sorry, I'm an old guy. Sorry about this. Oh, here it is. Yeah, you got it? Hang on. Zoom.
There.
For those. So whatever. Okay. Out. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's nice. Lovely. Thank you so much. Okay. So good morning, everybody. My name is Joost. Joost Foppes. I'm a Dutch national working in Laos for 28 years. It should not be me give this presentation. I was very much hoping to get the Lao colleagues to do it, but you know, we just started this process and we haven't come to any formal agreement and there was very little time. So you have to bear with me. I am happy to mention to you that there is one more Lao participant, Mr. Thongdam Pongvichit, who is from a local civil society organization, and I hope he will also give some comments after this. So next slide, please. Hello? Are you hearing me?
Sorry.
I'm not hearing. Do I have to do something, or are you going to do something?
Not moving. Wait, let me just reshare it.
Yeah, all right, that's nice. Thank you. Yeah, so what our process is a bit similar to what was just reported by Rose and Leonor from the Philippines and Ibu Ika from Indonesia. We are basically trying to do three things. We're trying to have key informant interviews to get the story about family farming in Laos. And then we hope to have consultation sessions to develop a kind of common vision for family farming. And of course, we will do literature review to look at how it links to existing policies. Yeah. We are very early in the process. Next slide, please. Yeah. So where we are now, the FAO consultant, that's me, was hired in February, but there was some other things. So I've just started working in April, and then last week we got a lockdown, which we didn't have for a long time, luckily, but now that is complicating things a little bit. What we have done so far, we have an inception report. We have started to review the key policy documents. I have a comprehensive list of stakeholders we want to interview. We have a checklist of questions. And the original idea that is just to meet these people in some location, but now we will have to, like everybody else in the world, start to work online. So that'll take a while. So the next steps is we first of all need to find a local government who will take the lead, a partner who will take the lead, so that in Laos you cannot do much if you don't have a local government partner. The government is quite dominant here. And then we will hope to implement all these interviews and work on the NAP. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I made this slide, it's a bit too full, but sorry about that. But I'd like to report to you a little bit of what we know so far about family farming in Laos PDR. It's a bit similar to what Professor Aing from Vietnam mentioned to us this morning, that, you know, Laos and Vietnam have quite similar political context. And so the agricultural development strategies in both countries does not mention family farming as such, but there is a clear focus on smallholder farmers who are seen as the primary drivers of growth in the sector. Having said that, I have to mention that if you look at the present agricultural development strategy for 2021 to 2025 in Laos, they call them smallholder farmers, but they are mainly seen as a target group, not so much yet as maybe actual partners who could involve in the process. So that's something we'll have to explore. And the strategy so far is better than the first one, but it still doesn't address a lot of the 7 pillars of family farming, such as linking to the national food system or empowerment of women, reducing exodus of youth, strengthening the representation of farmers and their organizations, or involving communities really as a partner in sustainable management of natural resources. I would like to mention also one thing which I'm afraid is different from your countries. The Lao government doesn't have much of an operational budget for many reasons. And that means that actual implementation of a lot of government services depends still a lot on donor support. And that kind of limits, what I understand, what we saw in the video this morning, that in Indonesia, in the Philippines, you have very big government schemes for financing all kinds of incentives to farmers. In Laos, that doesn't exist yet. Yeah. Among the key issues in Laos, what is also, I'd like to mention that was different from the other countries, I guess, is that, Laos, still 70% of the population lives in the countryside, and 80% of the families are farmers. So we don't have, and there's a surplus of labor in the countryside, because we don't have big urban centers. Like we don't have a Metro Manila, we don't have a Jakarta mega city, we don't have Ho Chi Minh City or Hanoi, where you have more inhabitants than the whole country of Laos alone. So the problem is that the surplus labor cannot go anywhere. We don't have other industry where they could go. That complicates the story. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I would like to thank again Ibu Ika and Rosen, who explained that they found it very important to enlarge the range of stakeholders that are involved in the NAP process. We have made a preliminary list of about 76 stakeholder organizations. And you can see on this slide, we have government agencies, mass organizations, national and regional platforms, pharma organizations, research and education, private sector, civil society, international NGOs, and multilateral organizations and donor organizations. All of these, we have made a list of contacts, and we hope to involve them over the coming 2 months. It is, I guess, if you think about what is their interest, the government and the donors are very interested in family farming from the point of view of poverty alleviation and reducing malnutrition. We have in Laos some very interesting initiatives already, which were started mainly from NGOs and CSOs on how you can have instruments to support Lao farmers. The COVID-19 crisis is also hitting Laos economically a lot. So it makes people think more about the food system. And I think it's also a good reason to think more about inclusive systems where farmers can not only be seen as recipients, but also as partners, and how we can improve their representation in the system. We also had some very big droughts in 2019 and 2020, which affected rice self-sufficiency, especially in the uplands in the northern Laos severely, which reminds us again how important climate change is. And we have a new railway link coming up in Laos to China, which creates a lot of market opportunities, but it also creates potential dangers of Chinese investors, dominating the whole thing. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I will not read them out for you all, but I just added this slide to show you how we are thinking to start a discussion with the stakeholders, basically asking them to tell us where they see opportunities to boost family farming in Laos. Maybe I skip this slide. Next slide, please. Now, I want to end up with a slide on, I had some first consultations with some stakeholders, and they had some interesting reactions that I would like to share with you. The main feedback was that they were a bit taken aback. They said, this sounds like FAO is parachuting another development product from above, this is a bit dangerous. The focus should be on how Lao farmers can be supported and how we can link to existing policies and existing initiatives. They also said FAO's concept of family farming, the 7 pillars, is nothing new. We are already working on each of those pillars in various ways. So why would these stakeholders have to work on family farming? What does the family farming concept add to that, to what we are already doing? Now, my boss, Pierre Ferrand from FAO in the regional headquarters in Bangkok said, yeah, but Joost, the nice thing about family farming is that we can try to promote these inclusive processes. And so I should add that. Another reaction was that they mentioned that we have to focus on, there is an agrarian transformation happening in Laos. Farmers are more and more producing for markets. They are getting richer. They have more, access to mobile phones, so they're better informed, but they still have problems, as I also heard in Vietnam and in Indonesia, to look for markets. So we need to think about what the government can, what we can do to help those farmers. and how to make the government more responsive to the needs of farmers. And the last point I already mentioned, this problem of the surplus of the agriculture. Some of them said we should focus much more on this labor issue. What can be done to create more rural employment, and what is our vision for the development of family farmers? Surely not all of them can stay in the countryside. Young people, some of them will have to move to another sector, but how do you do that? So I think that's all I wanted to share with you. I'm sorry we are still early in the process, but I wanted to thank everybody. It was very interesting to listen to your experiences. And I hope my friend Mr. Tongdam will say something more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Falpis. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Okay, we now open the floor to some questions. We have one here from AFA, Miss Esther. Thanks, Yus, for your interesting presentation. AFA has a member in Laos, the Lao Farmer Network. They are a partner of IFAD. I wonder if your team has reached out to them, and if so, how are they involved? And if not, what will be the challenges? How is IFAD involved also in the formulation of the National Action Plan?
Thank you. I'm reaching out to the Lao Farmers Network. They are one of the most important stakeholders, in my opinion. And it's just because we just came into this lockdown that I haven't been able to see anybody. I hope to have a Zoom call with Mr. Putasin from the Lao Farmers Network very soon. The other one you asked was IFAD. No idea. We'll have to talk to them later. They are a very big institutional donor in Laos, and they are in my group of international donors. We'll see.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have another question in here from the audience. Mr. Tongdam from Saeda.
Yes.
Sir, you can unmute your microphone and ask the question live.
Mornings. My name is Tongdam, a part of the Lao Civil Society organization. That is not question, but that's only to share according on the just sharing presentation. I have to add more some because SEARCA is a very strong promote the sustainable agriculture more than 70 years, and we also member of the SEARCA and many organizations. And I support just talking about the issue on the family farming and the policy advocacy. Even the government still not at the specific on the policy on the family farming in the policy yet. But however, for the implementing, we are strong support like a small farmer holder or small farmer household. It is almost together with the government, together with the NGO, together with civil society. We are very strong support the farmer to working on the family farming, especially for the sustainable agriculture and food security. It's a link to the market. And one more that I would like to add, like the Lao government is still very strong support the organic agriculture policy that they push in the country, and especially they said they the reason that to promote the Lao organic food in ASEAN. It is the reason that are very good, and they are almost support engagement civil society and project and NGO also to support more on the organic production. It's also GAP, clean agriculture promotion. And among policy advocacy, because the Ministry of Agriculture they set up the sector working group on rural development and agriculture. It is informal group that they interested in the IGO and partner development and government stakeholder and civil society to engagement and discuss the issue on the that is about the high level forum also.
Yeah.
Of the civil society also, we also right now to set up the CSO sector, which is that we have many civil society that they are the member and to share the experience among civil society. This is the one of I would like to add. According on the Love Farmer Network, they also one of the network between the farmer group, farmer organization, includes the young farmer also. They try to bring the farmer in the whole country to share experience, engage in the policy and in the local and national level. Among us also right now, we try to set up the local farmer network and they support them engagement in the policy and recommendation to the government level. This is a part of we are some done in the past. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Songdam, for your insights. Mr. Yost, would you like to, folks, would you like to add more comments?
Not really. I mean, this is I forgot to, this is what I mentioned. Mr. Tongdam and his SEDA association are an example of one of the local initiatives already happening in Laos. They have a very interesting model of creating space, I would say, for civil society in Laos, which is not, you know, so easy. And he has found a very nice way to engage meaningfully at district level and at village level with his staff, working in a capacity building and facilitating role with government offices to create a kind of learning process where farmers become trainers of other farmers. It's a wonderful model, and I will I look forward to also working with the sector working group that he mentioned as one of the existing forums we have already in Laos on this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Focus. We have a question here from the House of Representatives. Would you agree that the definitions of small farming and family farming are significantly different? Does the difference in definition have significant effect on the development of the National Action Plan for Family Farming?
And is that for me, the question?
Anyone in the panel can answer.
Okay. From the law point of view, you know, the definition is not so important, but the way you treat that definition. So what I mentioned earlier, in Laos, there has been a long, like in Vietnam, also as mentioned by Professor Aing, the government has a very participatory policy process. Don't misunderstand, Laos and Vietnam, I think the same, have very good processes for getting feedback and involving people at every level whenever it comes to policy making. That's there, but it's in the context of the party, the Communist Party system, and the society is evolving. What we have, the problem now is that there are now different things that we need to talk about in the Laos society, and there is not enough space yet for new platforms for farmers to be represented or to have strong organizations. That are bottlenecks that still need to be overcome, where I was very happy to hear these good examples from Indonesia and from Philippines. Let's see how we can progress on that here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Falcus. Ms. Krishnayanti or Ms. Leonor, do you have something to add?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, this is Ika.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, in terms of the National Action Plan of Indonesia, the understanding of the family farming is very important, because from our understanding, from the NCFF point of view, the family farming is not only doing farming in your garden, planting beautiful flowers or tomato in a poly bags, or raising fish in the backyard. Not only that, but the problem is more far from that. Almost the family farmers in Indonesia is doing the family farming. So, so the government should think these terms as a whole, as the most of the Indonesian farmers are the family farming. So we should consider also about what the plan, how we plan, what method, what is the resources, such as we talk about the agrarian. It includes most of resources that we need to live under the land, under the soil, inside the soil, upper the soils, and in the atmosphere. So we have to think about that, and also the resources, how we plan, like seeds, varieties, and also at the end is the financing the family farmers, access to finance, to bank, or access to market, and have healthy and safe seeds to plant. Also in the animal matters, also things like that. So the method of doing what we're doing, farming, fishing, is also important, such as the safe or safe, the safety, the safe practice, such as organic, agroecology, or anything that climate friendly. So for the future, we should think about more than just thinking how to plant vegetables around and then packaging, selling, or consuming it by the family itself. No. So in terms of Indonesia, in case of Indonesia, we should think more than that. So the government is not only think about their program that suits to the UNDFF or suits to the family farming terminology. No, it is not enough. That is in terms of Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ika. Ms. Leonor, would you like to add some comments?
Yes, Paul. Good morning again to all of us. Regarding on the definition of small farming and family farming, does this have a significant difference in the National Action Plan? I think the definition doesn't have a significant difference, because when we talk of family farming, we don't only talk of small farmers. Though here in the Philippine settings, most of our family farmers are smallholder farmers. The second question is, does this have difference in definition, and does this have significant effect? I think so. This National Action Plan and the small farming, family farming, does have a significant effect. As I've said, family farmers here in the Philippines are mostly smallholder farmers. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We have a comment in here from Ms. Esther of AFA. The definition of family farming does not dwell much on land holdings, but more of who works on the land. Family farmers are those who own and or manage the land, predominantly reliant on family labor. As differentiated from corporate farming, In the world, as much as 70% doing farmers are family farmers. But in various national contexts, family farmers can have bigger land holdings. Say in America, a small farmer owns 80 hectares, the medium farmer owns maybe around 100. But in many developing countries, especially in Asia Pacific, family farmers work on very small land holdings, an average of 2 hectares. And if they are the most marginalized. So if you want inclusion, participation, we focus on those family farmers who are majority and yet are excluded. Is anyone from our panel would like to comment on this?
Can I say something?
Sure, sir.
Yeah, so of course, we agree totally with the remark of Esther. It's clear that the inclusion is important, but the big problem is how do you do it? And I think that is what family farming should be about. It depends on many factors. It depends on how what the situation is of those farmers in each country and what the policy instruments are that the government has, and what the power or the existence is of civil society and other and private sector, all the stakeholders. So yeah, we don't know yet what will be the outcome in Laos, but I keep on listening to you and learning from other countries.
Thank you, sir. Do we have comments from our representatives from Indonesia and the Philippines? Ms. Ika or Ms. Roseanne?
This is Roseanne from the Philippines. Yes, po, ma'am. I totally agree with this statement of Miss Esther of the AFA that especially here in the Philippines, most of the family farmers are smallholder farmers, but this is not true with all of the other countries. That's all.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Ika, would you like to add something?
Sorry, you said it.
Yes, yes. This is Ika. Yes, I agree 100% with Esther. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I think that's it for our questions this morning. This concludes our session 3. We have another announcement. Instead of a 40-minute lunch break, we hope it's okay for everyone that we will have a working lunch instead. Let's have a 10-minute break to give you all some time to go to the restroom or take your break and get some food. And let's resume in 10 minutes. There will be a timer on the screen. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Sir Jay, is that you? Okay, welcome back to our speakers and participants. We will now have our breakout session, which will run for 45 minutes. Please refer to the screen for the listing, and participants are grouped per country, if you would notice. So we have 4 groups, 2 groups for the Philippines, 1 group for Indonesia, Nepal, and Kyrgyzstan, and 1 group for the Greater Mekong, including Thailand. To access your breakout group, you may refer to the chat box, and in there are the links to your respective Zoom rooms or our breakout groups. So for the group 1 of Philippines, please stay in this Zoom room. For group 2 Philippines, please click on the link in the chat box. Same goes for group 3 and group 4. For our participants who are not listed, please just join your country group. And we will have, so the breakout session will run for 45 minutes, and then we will reconvene here in this room after. We will provide the session, the Zoom links again in your respective group, so it will be easier to access. If there are no questions, see you all in 45 minutes back here. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to Group 1. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
So for this group, we will have our rapporteur, Ms. Lapitan. By the way, I'm Romeo Labios. I'm from SEARCA and the current head of the partnerships unit. So welcome to this group. So we have here, the members are Doc Aileen Lapitan, Raul Socrates Benzuela, Rose Aljanor, Charlie Balico, Redad Corridor, Dr. Joe Bacusmo, Noela Solano, Wilma Velasco, Charis May Nerick, Miriam Caril Carada, Pendatun Patarasa, Eugene Marie de Paz, Farah Sevilla, and Romulo Emmanuel Miral Jr. So welcome to Group 1. Is everybody here now? Rosel, can you see whether they are all here? Rosel? Rosel? Is Rosel here? Okay, I cannot hear you, Rosel. Okay, so Rosella, are you here? Okay, so Rosella is our rapporteur. Okay, so I'll just share the screen on what we should do this morning. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Okay, there you go. So, Rosella, can you share the questionnaires? Okay, there you go. Let's see. Okay, so for our group, we are going to answer this question. Can you see now on the slides? Can I hear from anybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So for our group, we are going to answer these 3 guide questions. Part 1 is on the knowledge, aptitude, practices, or KAP. So that will be 1 question there. There will be part 2 will be the enabling factors, and then part 3 will be the challenges and recommendations. So for question 1, it's in general, how would you describe the current level of knowledge, awareness, understanding, and participation of farmers and farming families in the policy development process in the Philippines, and why? So that's question number 1. Question number 2 will be, are there existing mechanisms, platforms, systems in place in support of participatory policy making in the Philippines, particularly for farmers and farming families? So question 2.2 will be, if yes, what are these and how do we further strengthen, promote, and sustain them? And question 2.3 is, if no, what mechanisms or systems would you recommend? Then question 3 will be, who do you think are the key stakeholders, players with whom farmers and farming families should work with to ensure that public policies are crafted in support of family farming, maximize the benefits, and cater to the actual needs of those at the grassroots level? And then the 4th question will be, based on your actual experiences, what do you think are the most pressing issues, challenges, gaps, or bottlenecks to participatory policy in the Philippines, particularly for the farmers and farming families? And lastly, what possible solutions, course of actions would you recommend to solve this? So given that we have only 45 minutes, we would like to limit the answers to these questions, or the time to these questions. So I prepared a matrix here so that this will guide us in answering all the questions. Is that okay with everyone? I hear some remarks from the participants. Hello?
Yes, okay, sir.
Okay. So let's start with the question number 1. Okay. In terms of the level of knowledge, awareness, participation of farmers and farming families in participatory policy processes.
Thanks, Sir
What do you
Robin.
think are the level of knowledges? And why? If you say, let's say you say something for answer 1, then can you explain why? So may I hear somebody from the group?
Sir Robin.
Yes,
this
please.
is Michelle. Can I share my screen so that I will be the one who will input their responses?
Okay, so I will share this one.
Philippines. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I will share this one.
Yes, sir. I'll be also using the same matrix that you have.
Okay,
for a
thank
while,
you.
sir. Okay, do you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will be using this one.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Maybe you remove the answers.
This one. Okay.
That's only sample, and then
Okay.
well, remove that yellow mark, because the question is, there will be a question of why.
Okay.
Okay, so for question 1, may I get some suggestions or answers from the group? Anybody? Oh, by the way, before I forgot, since Rochelle is taking the notes, may I request somebody to be the leader to make the presentations after this? Can you nominate somebody from the group? Can you put it in your chat box? Group 1. Any volunteer, or I shall volunteer you? Is Dr. Bacusmo here? My favorite friend. Chel, is she here? Can you check the participants?
Yes, sir. Dito siya.
Okay. Dr. Bacusmo, how are you? Can I request you to take the lead, to be the leader of the group, so you can make the presentation also? We miss your voice. Bacusmo?
No.
Is that Dr. Bacusmo here?
His account is online.
Is he physically present? Okay, so if Dr. Bacusmo is not here, can I request somebody? Rochelle, who can be assigned here?
Do we have somebody from the AATI or Dr. Eileen from
Dr.
UPLB?
Eileen. Dr. Eileen, can I request you to...
Can we nominate you?
Okay po, sige po.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you,
to lead the
Eileen.
Philippine team.
Okay, so let's start now. So for question 1, any input from the team, from the group? So what do you think are the level of knowledge, awareness of the farmers and farming families in participatory policy process? Anybody? So what do you think? Are there good policy available, or I mean the knowledge of the farmers, or are there's less? What do you think?
Sir, good afternoon.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good
Can you
afternoon.
identify your name, please?
I'm Miriam Carada po from UPLB. I'm also a colleague of Ma'am Eileen Lapitan.
Oh, hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon po. Siguro, I would say that level of knowledge and awareness of participation of farmers and farming families is relatively low.
Okay.
This is so I can wear actually two hats. It's from an academic perspective or someone who's also exposed in farming, no? And I think I would say some views on the side of the farming, no? I think it's relatively low because I've seen in several well in some farms or family farmers in Laguna and then in Quezon that they have low knowledge basically because they don't know the basics, no? Some of them actually don't know what is policy, no? And then in terms of their involvement with this kind of participatory policy process, it's actually hard for them because their main activity is actually farming. So it's basically from the morning until the afternoon they are in their farms, and it's hard for them to participate on those kind of activities and leave their primary work or their primary source of income. No, that's one of the things that I could probably share po. No?
Okay, thank you very much. That's a good point. So we have to take note of that, because when we answers the other questions, that can be a good input when we make some suggestion or recommendations. Next, please. I can hear some voice.
Yeah, hello. Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, can you identify your name, please?
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Pendatun Patarasa from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Agrarian Reform of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
Good afternoon, sir.
Well, yeah, I totally agree with the first sharing. Yeah, thank you so much. I agree with the first sharing that the knowledge of the farmers, I can speak in behalf of the farmers per experience of the farmers in the autonomous region. I think their knowledge and policy making process is relatively low. Okay. And then sometimes the information dissemination from from the government in other sectors are also very poor. So meaning we have to strengthen the knowledge sharing activities so that our farmers can be more informed. So I think for them, policy making is more of high level of doing things, which we have to let them understand really their roles and responsibility, not just being a farmer, but contributory to the whole of food security in the region.
Oh, very good, sir. Thank you for that input. That will be a good answer or a guide for us when we have this when we answer the other questions. Thank you for your input, sir. Any other? One more, and then we go to the next questions.
Hello, Sir Romy. May I speak?
Sure, please. Please identify your name, please.
Sir, si Bernice po.
Bernice, sorry, I didn't realize your voice.
I just want to make an announcement. I can see that some of the participants who are supposed to join different breakout session is still in this room. So I sent the links to your in your chat box. I sent you a personal message.
Oh, sorry.
With the links. So may I request you to please click on the link so you can join your respective groups.
So do I need to go out here or what?
No, sir. I'm still seeing other members here who are supposed to be in another group. So I sent you the links. So if you can please transfer their respective breakout session groups. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for joining my group, but I think you are listed in the other group. So may I request you to join the other group? For the Philippines group, there are two groups here. Group 1 is here and group 2 will be on the other link. And then for Vietnam and Thailand and for group 4, and then group 3 for Laos and for group 4 will be group 3, group 1 and 2 will be for the Philippines, and then group 4 will be for Cambodia, Laos, and the others. Okay.
Hi, Sir Romy.
Yes, please.
Dr. Eileen is raising her hand.
Okay, please. I cannot see the.
Just me. Yes. Yes, Ma'am Eileen, please take it over.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. This is Eileen Lapitan.
Oh, Eileen, yes.
I also want to say, I agree with Mika when she said it's relatively low. And I think the reason I want to offer is that it goes back to education, access to education, in the sense that when people, unfortunately, most of the small farmers and small farming families, which make up majority of our small farmers in the country, they are also deprived of access to basic education, or at least good quality education. And I think it has an impact on their confidence to participate in community activities, which it also could include participation in the policy process. So I think it might seem like kind of far off, but I think education would have an important role in this seeming low to relatively low knowledge, awareness, and participation of farmers and farming families, in particular those in the lower income sector.
Okay, thank you. By the way, when we say farmers, family farmers here, as defined earlier, this includes the fisher folks, the forest group, and also the women and young, the youth in the family. So please include that in the discussions, okay? Especially the women and the youth in the farming family. So how will this be incorporated in our discussion? Okay. So with that, thank you for that one. I think we have used our time for question number 1. So we can proceed to question number 2.
Okay, for your question number 2, we categorize it we divided it into 3, sir.
The next question to that is, if you answer that one, is how are we going to strengthen that one if there's an existing one? And the follow-up question is, if there's no existing, what are your recommendations? So that's supposed to be related to that answers of yours from 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. So if you will like to answer, please consider those 3 questions. Any volunteer, please? Yes. Anyone? So are there existing mechanisms or system in place now in terms of policy development? So I think you have already won the Magna Carta for small farmers. That's one existing.
Hi, sir. There are 2 participants that are raising their hands.
Yeah, please. So sorry.
Okay. Sir Villan, so? Yes, sir.
Hill. Oh, Brad Hill.
Hi, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Siguro ano na, yun nga nabanggit na yung Magna Carta for small farmers. Although that was crafted way back during our younger days ni Doc Labios. Kasi parte kami diyan sa pag-organize ng mga policy summit. But parang hindi siya masyadong anong tawag niyan? Na advocate for the last 20 years, Doc Romy.
Yes.
Plus, isa pang existing mechanism kasi is yung sa National Food and Agriculture Council mechanism na yan at all levels mayroon yang mula sa national, mayroon regional, may provincial, may municipal, and to some areas hanggang sa Barangay Agriculture and Fisheries Council meron. But parang hindi sila mas na-utilize sila for program implementation at saka mga production-related activities, but not much dun sa policy. Although alam natin na sa NAPSI ay meron dun sa higher level na mga council din bawat commodity. Kaya lang parang hindi siya na papapunta sa baba yung involvement.
Sir, ano po uling ito mechanism or policy?
NAPSI.
Yung NAPSI, yung National Agriculture and Fisheries Council before. Pero iba na yata ang pangalan ngayon eh. Hindi ko na.
NAPSI na ngayon.
Ano sir? NAPSI.
National Agriculture and Fisheries Council during our time yan ng
napalitan na yata ngayon yan eh.
Yes sir
yung mga taga-ATI natin kasama dyan, sila Rose.
Yes po sir, Rose Ann po from the DAATI. PICAF na po siya ngayon, Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries.
Pasensya na, matagal na kami din nakakapasyal sa Port Lore, kaya gano'n.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, ano na po siya, Pika? Former
And then,
DNAPC.
siguro kompletuhin ko na rin.
Yes,
Total,
please.
nandiyan naman si Ma'am Rosan. Yung ating RBO program sa sa Department of Agriculture, which is alam ko ATA ngayon yung nag-spearhead niyan. Yung FAs para sa farmers, yung RIC para sa women, and then 4H club para sa mga sa mga youth. Isa yan sa mechanism siguro.
IC for women and youth.
Parang gano'n. For women, tapos yung 4H club for youth, and then yung mga FAs for although yung FAs ngayon hindi na lang lalaki nandun, puro babae na halos. Din yung nandun.
So Miss Rose Ann, can you add
Si
something on here?
Ma'am Rose Ann ang pwede makapagbibigay ng detalye niyan.
Yeah, are they still existing, or there's some improvement or innovations with the new management?
Yes po, sir. Basically, RICs, 4H, and FAs are part of a rural-based organization. So, tama po si Sir kanina, RICs for women and 4H club for youth.
Okay.
And then, idagdag ko lang po, we are engaged kasi during the previous months dun sa CSOs po natin. I think Sir Sok Banzuela is here with us. Meron ding platform doon which they organize and spearheaded yung knowledge learning market policy engagement which they conduct annually.
That's good.
KLMPE po yun. Knowledge learning policy engagement.
Platform.
Knowledge learning market policy engagement platform. This is organized and spearheaded by the CSOs, civil society organizations.
Okay. So we have now, at least for the farmers and fisheries, we have the NAPC, and then for the youth, women, and farmers associations, we have this anong tawag dito? Rural
Improvement cooperative.
Rural improvement clubs.
Rural improvement club na pala. CEL. It's not rural days. Rural improvement clubs.
Sir Labios.
Rural-based pala to. Okay, sorry.
Hello.
Rural-based organization.
Sandali po. Rural-based organizations.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And then for, what is this market policy engagement platform again?
This is being organized by CSOs.
Yes po, and meron po silang annual event.
So this is different from the RIC natin, di ba?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, so that's another row maybe. Can you put it in another row?
In another
row. Yeah.
Okay po. So isang may platform ito.
Yes. Para separate yun. Okay.
Knowledge learning market policy engagement platform.
Okay.
Yan yung sa APA.
Yes po.
Okay.
So what is APA?
Nation Farmers
So yun yung counterpart.
Association.
Okay. Okay. So para lang klaro sa atin lahat, yung mga terminologies, pasensya na. At yung iba kasi katulad ko medyo nahuhuli din sa mga terminologies. Okay. Somebody is asking the question, sir, please. Sorry at medyo hindi ko kayo na-recognize agad. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Opo, ano po ba yung ano naman, yung Farmer Field School? Hindi ho ba yung platform din?
Okay, somebody from the API.
Engage family farmers on site, on field.
So ito po kasing okay, somebody from the group can say something about that, yung Farmers Field School daw.
Si Ma'am Rosan pa rin makakasagot niyan. Kasi part ng ATA program yan.
Yeah.
Yes po. This is
it a mechanism, a platform, a system, or an activity? I don't know. So.
Yes po, Sir Roseanne from ATI po.
Please,
so Farmers Field School or the FFS is an extension modality po.
So, Shell, it is an FFS, Farmers Field School, not group.
Okay.
So it's
It is
about
So this is an activity po conducted in the field.
So, isa-separate po natin yan, yung Farmers Field School kasi activity po yung natin. Ang inaano po natin dito yung mga mechanisms at saka system. Ano? So, thank you po doon sa inyong suggestion, sir.
Thank you.
At least naklaro sa atin. Ano?
Thank you.
So, Shell, pakitanggal mo na yan.
I-remove ko na lang to, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Thank you. Okay, so can we go back to that table? Okay, the next question related to that is how are we going to strengthen that or sustain that one? Let's say Magna Carta for smallholders. Ang sabi nga ni Dr. Hill is kulang ng pag-advocate for the past years. And then yung PAPSI naman is nakapokus more on the production and marketing. So and then the second one is yung RICs, FAs, and Forest Club. So given all these existing mechanisms, paano natin i-strengthen yun or sustain sa palagay nyo? So let's start with Magna Carta. Il?
Siguro tingnan natin yung mga subsequent legislation na related dun sa para ma-spell out yung Magna Carta. So out of that kasi marami ng mga other legislation na lumabas na medyo related nga rito sa Magna Carta for smallholders. Alam ko mayroong bagong legislation dating legislation para sa fishery sector. Hindi na lang ako masyadong ng mga detalye. And recently, yung legislation ngayon with respect to the coconut levy. So that will cover yung almost ilang milyon na magsasaka sa nyog, something like that. So siguro tingnan natin 'tong mga to kung itong mga legislation na to able to spell out yung mga ilang bagay na pinresent kanina ni Eileen.
Okay.
Kung parang nabigyan ng detalye yung ibang content ng Magna Carta dito sa mas specific, sector specific sa agriculture.
Okay.
Tingnan natin.
Okay, thank you. How about the PAPSI naman? Kung that is one system, but then ano yung palagay nyo na ma-strengthen natin yun na masusustain based on the past experiences? Ma'am Rose Ann, do you have suggestion?
Yes po, Sir. Rose Ann po. Regarding on these PAFCs, RAFCs, and merong BAFC at some level, I think they should be involved more on policy making process and not just on the implementation of the programs.
Okay. Ang isang tanong po, ma'am, yun is paano nila malalaman kung mayroong mga policy process na gagawin para may lagay natin? When you say involved, ano pong strategy para maka-involve talaga sila?
There are sector representatives naman po, and the Department of Agriculture is conducting regular meetings with these different sectors in agriculture.
Okay, good. Any inputs from the other group? Maybe yung na-involve sa CSOs? Given this, na-involve nga ba talaga? Nare-represent ba talaga? Or ano?
Romy?
Yes, ma'am. Sir!
Tinawag mo daw ako kanina.
Boses nyo.
Hindi, I was out for lunch. Anyway,
okay.
ang tingin ko ang kulang is more on wala tayong policy for these bodies to consult, like yung MAPSI, yung ng pangalan ngayon. There's no policy na they have to do consultation then every quarter, and then the result will be forwarded to the mayor and to the RDC. So that, kasi sila ang mga policy makers, yung mayors, and then RDC, and doon yung mga governors. Then, dapat i-define yon, and then it will become a requirement for this group to operate. Kasi yung 4-H, for example, minsan makita mo may activity ngayon, halos wala na, no? Yung mga maps. So, I think we need a policy to consult. Yun ang kulang natin.
Okay. So, Ciel, ang ibig sabihin ni Sir is there's a need of a policy na yung nadi-discuss sa MAPSI, BAPSI, and things like that can be elevated dun sa mga LGU heads so that yung implementation will be a lot faster. Is that right, Dr. Bacosto?
Yes, yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Para mapansin.
Pero ang isang tanong doon, Doc, is who should formulate the policy na nagawa ng MAPSI and MAPSI and PAPSI para mapunta sa LGU? Paano po strategy? Ano suggestion niyo?
Ewan ko, kasi we just, usually kami, we think about the regional, the RDC, kasi it's like the regional government. So we look at it, no? Pero a national policy can also be, like DA, for example, pag i-mandate nila yon sa mga sa DA, and then doon sa, although wala na silang administrative power over the municipal and city agriculture, but they can have a influence. Pag i-mandate nila yon, maganda.
Okay.
Rami?
Yes, please. May clarification ba ron kung paano gagawin yung proseso?
Balik kasi dapat ma-review natin yung mechanism kung bakit na-create itong itong NAPSI hanggang MAPSI. Kasi basically na-create siya during the time na nasa earlier pa lang ng decentralization. So yung sinasabi ni Dr. Bacosmo ay hindi malinaw doon sa sa mga guidelines kung paano mag-interface yung mga local agriculture and fisheries council with the local government unit. So siguro dapat ma-review 'yon para ma-formulate mo naman yung mga adequate amendment na ilalagay. Especially so that with the implementation of Mandanas Law in 2022, ang allocation ng mga development ng pera para sa mga development projects ay nasa level na ng local government unit. So dapat yung MAPSI ay magkakaroon ng adequate power or rather some sense of authority na kung ano yung pupunduhan ng local government share sa internal revenue allotment. By the way, yung Mandanas Law, that would give more era dun sa local government, ibibigay sa LGU. So yung ibang mga pera na dati naka-allocate sa national agencies ay ipapan out na papunta sa local government unit. Kaya medyo malilesen yung pera ng central agency at papapokus doon sa decentralized yun nga sa mga local government unit. So kailangan talaga makapacitate yung local government unit na yung kanilang pinupunduhan ng kanilang 20% development fund ay tama doon sa pangangailangan ng munisipyo. So that's where the Municipal and Agricultural Fisheries Council, as a part ng Committee on Agriculture, kasi sila yung kinoconsult din ng Committee on Agriculture sa LGUs, na dapat maging sila, alam nila na hindi lang sila tagatanggap ng programa, but kasama sila sa pag-shape ng policies and programs sa municipal level.
Okay.
And up the line, kasi from munisipyo, papasok yan sa regional hanggang papuntang national.
So what you're saying in short is yung ating MAPSI representative should be involved in the policy development at the municipal level.
Isa na yun. Pero ang basic pa rin doon yung review ng guidelines para sa yung creation nga ng mga Agriculture and Fisheries Council. Kasi detalyado yun eh.
Kailangan yung mo dyan is review ng guidelines.
Review mechanisms and guidelines about the creation of
AFC. AFC the AFC. Agriculture.
Yan yung suggestion ni Dr. Bacosmo kanina. Inano ko lang.
And then the AFC representatives at the different level to be actively involved in the policy development with LGUs. Okay ba yun? Tama ba yung pagkakaintindi ko?
Yes, sir.
Tama yan.
Okay, good. Okay, very good. That's for the AFC. Now, how about this second level, RIC and the RIC? So how could we strengthen this one and how could we sustain? Ma'am Rose.
Yes po, sir. Since these are rural-based organizations and recently or during the past years, they are just involved or beneficiary ng mga programs ng department. I think their involvement in the policy making process will be very beneficial po. So strengthen po sila dun sa policy making process natin and not just on the implementation po ng mga programs.
Okay, good. So anybody who is involved in the CSOs here, the participants, what can you say about this?
Malaking bagay kasi tol yung kasi yung bawat RIC, yung 4H club, meron silang mga federation. Recently yung 4H club, alam ko in-strengthen na nila yung yung National Federation and so on. Pero dapat through this, yung mechanism na yon ma-utilize para dun sa policy making process. Doon sa sinabi ni Ma'am Rose na strengthening involvement in policy making process.
So that means the federation should be strengthened in the involvement.
At the level kasi alam ko may may provincial at mayroon ding regional hanggang sa national eh. So at the level ng LGUs dapat na involve yung mga bata, especially sa 4H club. So
Federation of 4H club ba tawag doon? Ano ba tawag niyo doon?
Ano kayo Ma'am Rose? Alam ko may federation ng RIC ang 4H. At saka yung
tawag sa
yes po sir, meron po sila at the national level, regional, and then at the provincial level po.
Okay. So meron ditong queue, 10 minutes na lang pala, napapasar pa ng diskusyon eh, kulang ang oras ah. Okay, so how about the involvement ng CSO? How can we strengthen that one?
Andiyan si Sir yung ating APA representative.
Oh yeah, please sir. Any suggestion?
Well, ang ko lang doon sa sa APA kasi ilang beses din ako nakapa-engage doon silang APA Ang lang yung how to mainstream yung ni APA, yung kanilang mga results ng kanilang mga KPMB summit, mga ganun. So dapat talaga ma-facilitate yung linkage nitong KPME doon sa ATI na sila yung may direct link yata sa sa APA.
Cell sa kabilang row yan.
Sa kakaunti pang sa atin, sa mga farmers group natin, kakaunti pa rin ang na-involve doon sa sa CSO.
Sa CSOs is to facilitate the participation of KLMPE.
Tapos yung kanilang ma-mainstream ba? Yung ibig sabihin andyan yung APA representative natin eh. So makita natin.
The participation.
Kasi alam ko may mga member sila representative na organization dito sa Pilipinas na pwedeng makasama kasi si Karen si Rilia from pakisama din. Alam ko mga APA mga APA members.
Nandito ba sa grupo natin sila?
Alam ko may APA representative tayo sa grupo.
Can we hear something from the APA representative here?
Sir, saan i-mainstream yung participation ng KLMPE in AFA's activities?
Si Mylene, nandiyan pa?
Regional activities or national?
Yes.
National and regional.
Okay, yung pamanakay young group. Anything you can suggest here?
Sir, excuse me. Mika po again from UPLB. Hello po.
Yes, please.
May question lang po ako. Is the platforms and mechanisms limited to what is arrived from Philippines po, or can it be from outside of the country?
Well, as much possible, yung Philippine context muna ang ating unahin. How it will be used or applicable sa atin. Kasi yung ating existing platforms dito para ma-ano mo natin.
Okay.
So, representative from Manaka Group, the youth, please go ahead.
Sir, Charlie po.
Please, Charlie.
Manaka po yung tawag sa group namin dun sa national, dun sa pakisama. So pinupush po namin yung Magna Carta for Young Farmers na mai-extend po yun.
Okay.
Para makabil po yung yung mga youth ng po yung project ng government po.
Okay. So that will be existing na ba yung Magna Carta for Young Farmers or it's still in the process ng
Yun nga po sir, hindi pa namin alam yung kung andyan pa yan.
Okay.
Kasi yung
okay. So we will take note on that and maybe work with the legislative kung ano status nito, and definitely we will try to call your group to assist in the development of this Magna Carta for Young Farmers. Thank you, Charlie. Okay, can we now proceed to the next column? Next column is yes.
So yung sa next column is done. What are
So wala naman yan eh. So ibig sabihin meron lahat. Okay, who are the key players? So let's say pag Magna Carta. So ensure that this policy that we're going to make will reach or benefit the grassroots. So ano sa palagay niyo mga key players? So definitely the farmers. Yung sinasabi nga ng mga farmers, fishers, and well, including the women and the youth. Okay. Who else? Anybody from the group? So, okay na yun? How about the policy?
Sir.
Yes, please. Please, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think on the stakeholders, because the autonomous region is very unique in composition, especially that we are in a new government, and we also giving attention to former combatants. How are we going to incorporate former combatants? Because they're also at the grassroots level, and
Okay, so
we were actually helping them to to be normalized. So how are we going to engage them also?
okay, good. For the former combatants, particularly in Mindanao area, will that be okay? Mindanao area?
Yeah, in Bangsamoro region, in the BARM.
Oh, on the BARM, particularly in BARM.
Particularly in the BARM maybe.
Okay, good suggestions, definitely. Yeah, it's a good.
Another thing, sir, about the strengthening the CSOs. The last part, can I add inputs?
Yes, please.
One thing the CSO should also give focus on is not just by providing assistance, by providing inputs to the farmers, but also strengthening the cooperativism and the management of the organization. Because based on experience, there are only very limited organizations, farmer, fisher folks organizations, that are successful.
Okay.
So I think the CSO can, can give their initiatives in strengthening the organization, management, and relationships amongst the members, be it fishers and the farmers. Okay, and also there should be an inclusive, meaning they have to reach the unreached and serving the unserved fisher folk and farmers. Because marami pa hong hindi naabot noong ating service provider, especially if it's like in the case of the BARM. So meron pa rin hong mga lugar na hindi pa ho nating masyadong nare-reach out. So maybe the CSOs can assist or can put in their assistance in it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so may note lang dito si Ma'am Mylene Makabuhay from AFA. Ang sabi niya, Charlie, please, ito, pakinggan mo. The Magna Carta for Young Farmers is currently being pushed in the Philippines Congress. It has been endorsed by NEDA for immediate passage into law. In the House of Representatives, the author is Representative De Venecia, and in the Senate is Senator Revilla. So, ayun, Charlie, that's a good news. So we could, you could probably look at that.
Good.
And also, our team will probably look on this one too.
Sir, if I may also, just
Yeah,
a
please, Mylene.
clarification regarding the KLMPE. So in the Philippines, the KLMPE is being organized by Pakisama, which is a member of AFA.
Good.
At the national level. So certainly, it is important that we mainstream the KLMPE process and to gather like more participation or more representatives from our target stakeholders. And then Pakisama and Pamanaka, which is the young farmers arm of Pakisama, has been strongly advocating for the passage and implementation of the Magna Carta for young farmers, because what we're seeing now in our surveys and in our consultation with our young farmer members is that there's a lack of platform specifically focusing on young farmers, on public policy and so on. In fact, in a survey that we conducted last year as part of our Youth for Lad program, we noticed that there's a lack of information as well on existing policies, lack of platforms for participation, and lack of capacity building opportunities to raise their knowledge and skills on public policy, among others. So
Okay, that's a good point, Mylene. Actually, at SEARCA, in the 11th FYP, the Center Youth Program is being, one of the big flagship program ng SEARCA. So please let us know on how SEARCA could support the initiatives that you are doing with the other group. And definitely we will participate. We have the youth focal person for SEARCA for that one.
thank you for that, sir. We'll get in touch po.
Thank you. That's a good information. Okay, so we're running out of time. Can we now proceed to the last question? The last question will be Sel, can you plug?
Yes, the key players, sir. Question number 3.
The POPSI, pare-pareho naman na yan eh.
Okay, sir. So iyan na lang natin. Okay. And then for the last...
dadagdag mo lang siguro yung CSOs doon sa last part.
Dito, sir, CSOs.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is for all 3 mechanisms and patterns that we've already listed. Okay, sir. And then for
meron pa bang nalimutan key players sa palagay nyo that will applicable sa lahat? So we have the farmers, farming families, the women and youth, the former combatants, the CSOs. Who else?
Okay, yung mga NGAs, kasi siyempre, for example, yung sa 4H, RIC, ganyan, napakalaking ng role ng ATI.
NGAs, of course.
National Government Agencies.
Nagalit sa atin si Ma'am Rose. Okay, and also the academe. The academe will be a good venue also for the instructions. And actually, dapat kasama nyo rito yung mga industries na ngayon in terms of supporting yung mga entrepreneurship and other, yung kasi yung mga questions about yung access to technologies and things.
So industry, sir, industry
and
or private sector.
IPs daw, isama natin, IPs.
Dito sa IPs.
Okay.
Sir Roseanne po.
Yes, please.
Yung foresters po, or they call us upland dwellers.
Okay. Forest farmers, fishers, forest. Ang tawag daw, forest.
Upland dwellers daw po. Kasi professional
dwellers.
Daw po yung foresters.
Okay. Upland dwellers. Okay. So, iba pa yung IPs natin, di ba?
Yes
okay.
po.
So, good. So we have the farmers, we have the fishers, and we have the upland dwellers. Okay, good. Okay, kung wala na, siguro mamaya dagdagan. Let's go to the last question. Second to the last pala. Ngayon, dito, ano yung mga challenges? And then, ano yung solutions? So, pag-isay na natin. So, challenge number 1, anong possible solution of course of action? Anybody? So yung Shirina, yung sinabi nyo sa question number 1 is yung low knowledge. So ano dapat course of action natin doon? Balikan ko lang kasi yung sagot nyo sa number 1 kanina. Low knowledge.
Sir Roseanne po ulit. Course of action po natin na pwede doon is info dissemination and capacity building.
Okay,
Or
information
capability
dissemination, advocacy, and capacity building. Okay. Advocacy and capacity building. Isama mo yung advocacy.
Ay, opo, importante. Advocacy and capacity building.
Yes.
Okay.
Pero ano, importante din yung engagement para part ng training yung engagement.
What do you mean by engagement? Saan yun, bro?
But dapat makasama sila dun sa ano. I mean, yung practice nun.
Okay, so that's
kasi iba yung
next engagement o active engagement. Okay. Pero kasi ang tanong nga kanila na dito, paano nyo nga ma-encourage yung engagement?
Sa part ng ano, capacity building.
Okay, sige. Okay, any other course of action? Okay, kung wala na, ano other bottleneck, other challenges, other than low knowledge? Sir, from BARM, tsaka kay Charlie, ano nakikita niyo mga challenges? Charlie, sa youth. Yes, Charlie, go ahead.
Siguro, sir, lack of patuloy na pagbaba ng ng mga produktong magsasaka sa sir, ang mga produkto na price ba, sir, patuloy na bumababa, katulad ng ng mga palay natin dito sa Pilipinas, sir.
Okay, good. So somebody can help me, paano natin i-Englishin yun? Eileen, I need you here.
Maybe we could say na lack of access to market kasi the problem is that there is a lot of middlemen when it comes to family farmers and the consumers themselves. So nada-drive down yung prices at the family farmer level. So hindi sila na
lack of access to lack of access to direct market.
Lack of access to direct access to market.
When you say access, paano yung ang isang diyan niya, yung mga bago ngayon, di ba, yung mga ikadiwa. So paano natin yun? Hindi naman access yun eh. It's more of the knowledge ng paggamit ng platform. So paano natin integrate yun?
Well, yung ginagawa ngayon specifically dahil nga digital age na po. So there are a lot of parang applications or websites that showcase yung mga products ng mga family farmers, and then the consumers could directly buy through the app and so on. Although, and then of course yung as simple as farm to market roads, that's also one way of providing direct access and so on.
Okay. So that's course of actions. Charlie, I'd like to go back sa iyo. Ano suggestion mo naman para let's say yung course of action dun sa sinabi mo na kung lack of direct access to market? Sa iyong palagay, ano dapat maging course of action natin or solution? Bukod doon sa sinabi ni Ma'am Eileen. Charlie?
Siguro, sir, conduct regular consultation to the farmer, sir.
Sino yung magko-conduct ng consultation sa palagay mo dapat?
The government.
So government to conduct regular consultation with farmers as to related to marketing, ganun ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ikadiwa yan ha, hindi ikadiwa.
E.
Yeah, E,
Okay.
small E.
Yung sa DA, ano po to na API?
The ikadiwa, E, small E.
Okay. Yan, sir.
Yeah, slash hyphen. Okay. So yung sabi ni Charlie, regular consultations of government to farmers and farmers group, particularly in the prices and marketing.
Regular consultation with
regular consultation of government representatives with farmers farmers group, especially in the market and prices and market. Ganun ba, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about our friend from BARM? Any suggestions on the challenges, bottlenecks, and your possible course of action? Sir. From BARM?
Yeah, I think it's more of like the commitment of
commitment of whom? Commitment.
There are lots actually of of the policy and the activity that we want or we wish to engage our farmers. Commitment of the service providers, that's very essential so that we can encourage our farmers to also participate in the undertakings like the policy making processes.
Okay, so the challenge is the commitment of service providers. Pag sinabi po yung service providers, sino po yun?
Especially the government.
Okay. Commitment of
Kasi
service
sa totoo
providers.
lang sir, medyo tad-tad na ho sa mga pangako yung ating mga farmers, ano?
Okay.
Tad-tad na ho sila sa mga pangako, and yet in the end, what would benefit is those who are, those who are really yung mga hindi na sa laylayan ng lipunan. So yan ho yung kailangan nating i-transform yung ating kasama na ho tayo dyan, ay kailangan ma-transform din yung values ng ating mga farmers.
So the strategy is,
and then I like the term engage.
Ano po ulit? Sorry po, naputol. So bottleneck is transformation of values o yun ang solution?
Yan ho yung solution, no? Values formation or values transformation
of
at saka yung ito po
service
ay
providers,
pag meron ho
service
tayong mga
providers
proyekto,
o
minsan ang nangyayari kasi farmer po, kasama din ho yung farmer dyan. Kasi yung farmer natin ay nasanay ho sila sa mga dole out, dole out kind of service provision.
Okay.
Parang hirap dito, sir. Values transformation of service providers and farming families.
Kasama yan sa sa capacity building ni Rose.
Medyo mahirap po kasi social teams lang.
Ilagay lang natin diyan. Ilagay natin diyan, Shell, and then mamaya natin siguro.
Yes, sir. I-cluster ng ayos.
This is a very good one actually.
Values transformation.
Ang isang ang isang sasuggest ko lang na parang solution yung professionalization of extension advisory services.
Okay. So another bullet yan, another bullet.
Kahit diyan na rin lang yan.
Professionalization.
Kasi ngayon nga, 'di ba, masyadong apektado ng local government yung yung mobilization ng ating extension services.
Extension services yan, hindi providers.
Kasi nasa local government na yung extension services talaga ngayon . Lalo na yung ano nitong Mandanas.
When you say professionalization, closing parenthesis related to Mandanas, ganun ba? Or?
Hindi naman. Walang ano yun, walang relasyon yun doon.
Okay.
Basta ang ano natin dito is basta yung parang ano, parang seso ng ano, civil service na pag ikaw ay nakategorize as municipal agriculturist, parang hindi ka na pwedeng alsin doon. Kasi ngayon,
so hindi yung services, it's more of the people.
Yung tao.
Extension workers.
Extension workers.
And the extension bureaucracy, sabihin natin.
Ay.
Magagalit siya si Ma'am Rose. Ma'am Rose, ano masasabi niyo po?
Hindi yan. Mas ano yung services. Kasi hindi naman yung ano lang eh. Yung services part yung worker. Kasama na rin yung program.
Services na lang po. Okay.
Doon sa ano, lack of direct access to market, spearhead pa rin natin yung ano, organization and support pati. Doon sa ano, producer and consumer cooperatives. Spearhead. Yung ano, yung producer and consumers cooperative and association, no? Kasi hindi naman kailangang kooperatiba, maaaring association. Kasi in the past, ang focus natin nasa producer lang, wala sa consumer. Ngayon, kung magkakaroon ng direct link yung producer at saka yung consumer cooperative, malaking bagay yun na ma-shorten yung food mileage. I mean, yung mga direct marketing pwedeng ma-organize. Pero wala tayong consumer cooperative or consumer association na ano na ika ay matatag.
So, okay. So, just to summarize, ibig sabihin na kailangan natin ng farmers and farming participatory policy sa lack of knowledge ng mga players nito. Yung policy on the direct access to market and a policy on the commitment of the service providers. So, tama ba yun yung pagkakaintindi ko?
Opo, yes sir.
Yun. So any other, ano sa palagay nyo? Kung ibig sabihin, ito yung tatlong major bottlenecks kung bakit sa Pilipinas ay hindi natin
Sir, paano po yung hazard, for example, would not affect the policy participatory process of the farmers?
Ano po yung hazard na yun? Pakiulit.
The hazards and the halimbawa yung mga natural hazards at saka yung man-made calamities like here in us medyo meron din yung mga area na patuloy din po yung mga kaguluhan. So how are we going to deal with it? Hindi po ba isa sa mga problema natin?
Sa paggagawa po ng policy, yun ang ating concern.
Bali maaaring masagot ng maaaring masagot yun ng mga insurance policies sa agricultural insurance. Yung yung sa calamities. Pero yung sa those that arose from conflict, baka hindi kayang kunin ng insurance yun, no? Yun ang isang problema.
So siguro ang isang doon yung
kasi ang isang solusyon doon siguro sir ay yung parang early warning, parang yung shock responsive planning, yung risk informed shock responsive planning ng government. Kung halimbawa lagi yung may mga kalamidad ay maaari pong magkaroon tayo ng pagpaplano ay kumbaga plan ahead para pagdating ng calamity ay hindi masyadong maapektuhan. Meron tayong mga resources na maaaring pagkukunan para immediately we can pwede tayo makapagbigay ng emergency relief or emergency assistance doon sa mga affected na farmers and fishers.
Okay, so ang in short yung bottleneck natin dito is yung climate change related issues in terms of production and in terms of
sort of like that, sir. Sort of like that. Okay.
Climate
resilient.
Related issues on crop productivity, and crop and animal productivity. Crop, fish, animal
Agriculture and fisheries productivity.
yan na lang. Yun ang term.
Agri-fishery productivity na lang, sir.
Agro-fisheries productivity. Okay. So, ang ating solution doon is, ano pa yung sinabi nyo kanina? Course of action?
Early warning system.
Yung RDD, di ba meron tayong RDD?
Shock responsive planning, sir.
Okay.
Yung
meron
climate
din ho tayong yung disaster, no?
Yeah, yung RDD.
Early action, early warning system, early warning, early action system.
Early warning action system. Okay. Ano pa pong nakikita natin doon sa mga
yung insurance lagay natin.
Opo, yung insurance.
Doon sa action yun, course of action.
Sa course of action.
Romy, clarification lang po.
Yes.
Kasi di ba, we're supposed to be processing yung challenges and bottlenecks sa family farming participatory policy. Baka kasi na misconstrue natin na we're looking at the bottlenecks to the development.
Okay. So, anong suggestion mo?
Well, siguro po, just to align it, baka pwede na, yung climate change related issues, possibly kina-crowd out ba nila yung importance nito? I mean, I'm just guessing, baka pwedeng ganon. Pero yun lang, kasi when we think of courses of action na relevant dun sa topic natin, baka kasi ma-off course tayo kung we look for solutions to the climate change. I think vulnerability to climate change itong sinasabi na challenges or bottlenecks. How might we still argue that itong vulnerability is actually a challenge to family farming participatory policy?
Okay, so paano natin i-reward ito? Can you suggest it? Ano suggestion mo paano natin i-reward? Para matumbok yun.
Na possibly merong mga ibang more wicked problems that are maybe distracting from the goal. For example, climate change.
So, sorry, hindi ko makuha. Nagchachapi, ano? Pakiulit.
Yeah, I mean, my take on it, and others could also make suggestions. I would suggest that we could say na itong vulnerability to climate change is an issue that distracts from yung primary concern natin, which is to promote family farming participation. Okay. Parang ganun, di ba po?
So, vulnerability to climate change. So, yun na lang siguro, Sel. Vulnerability to climate change. Dinilit mo lahat eh.
Okay lang yun.
Didelete ko na lahat. Vulnerability to climate change on agroforestry productivity. Hindi, tanggalin mo na lang yun. Yung related issues. Vulnerability to climate change.
Okay na yun. Vulnerability to climate change.
Okay. Particularly, lagay mo lang dyan yung agricultural productivity.
Agrofisheries.
Agrofisheries pala. Okay, good. So, naayos ba ito? Okay ba ito sa lahat?
Sir, another comment. This is Mika po. I agree with Ma'am Eileen. And I think, for instance, we could also rephrase, for instance, the commitment of service providers. I think one of the challenges really is the finance.
Okay.
Financing. So it's not really an priority, probably agenda. And it's because that you don't have much funding, you have less commitment of service providers. So those kinds of things.
So, but that's work more on the financing side. But how about yung talagang willingness?
But that would be source of the hindi tayo magkakaroon ng participatory policy na event because we lack funds, no?
I guess perong contention doon, meron kasi mga LGUs na hindi talaga nakafocus yung kanilang agenda doon, not because of the lack of the fund, but it's the will, ano. So funding is one, but the commitment, I agree yung commitment is yung willingness.
So it goes both ways po.
Yeah, so
and
it's
I
not
think in some of the reports, even in the national and international and regional levels, it's one of the biggest problems, no? Lack of funding, so that the governments cannot provide or cannot go through even the grassroots level. I think it was mentioned in the presentation of Ma'am Eileen as well, no?
So siguro lang gawin natin lack of government funding and commitment para ma-combine natin 'yon. Kasi there will be a commitment but they could source out within their maraming strategy yun kasi kung talagang committed yung head of the LGU. Funding can be sourced out. Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. Yung funding is definitely normally bottleneck. Okay?
Hey, group 1, time's up. Some of the other groups are here already. We'll resume in a few minutes.
Exciting tong discussion magagaling tong group 1. Okay, so Ma'am Eileen, I give you now the floor for the presentation of the one. And I think you could also include here, Sel, yung mga members ng group. Hindi ko kasi makita para ma-cite naman ni Ma'am Eileen. Okay, so idagdag mo na lang.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you sa inyo lahat. I really appreciate yung mga contribution nyo. I hope we have a longer time. But maybe we could have more discussions on this one. And I'm looking forward that SEARCA and your group will be working again in the future. And you're welcome to visit SEARCA definitely. And SEARCA is willing to work with you. Particularly nasa partnerships ako ngayon. So I welcome any partnerships from the different groups.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doc Bacusmo. And to our friends from BARM and Farmers Youth and the other agencies involved here. ATI, of course, and the AFA. So looking forward to more discussions with you. Thank you. So we could go back now to the main session. Paano gagawin?
Just so group 1 gets to stay here, the other groups will go back to this plenary. So let's just wait a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Jean. Sel?
Yes, sir.
Idagdag mo daw itong lack of access to information na nalimutan.
Ay, okay, sir. Idadagdag ko po. Tapos nakuha ko yung niya. Yung course of action. Sige, sir. Dagdag ko.
Okay.
Okay,
Ako lang nabuksan kasi itong. Thank you.
Actually, yung sasabihin ko kanina, sir. Nakalimutan ko lang. Nakita ko yan, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a fruitful discussion in your breakout sessions. May I now call on Mr. Bernice Ande Torres, who will facilitate the discussion of what was brought up during the breakout session. Ms. Bernice?
Hello, good afternoon. So I hope all the groups had a good discussion during the breakout. So we will start with the group presentations. So may I ask the presenter for group 1 to start?
Hello, can I have the Word file flash shared to the screen? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aileen Lapitan, and I was tasked to summarize the discussion we had in our group. So just to go over them, so we first discussed the first question, which is about the level of knowledge, awareness, and participation. Okay. So the question was, how would you describe the current level of knowledge, awareness, understanding, and participation of farmers and farming families in the policy development process in your country? And these are the answers that we were able to cover. So first, we were in agreement that it's really relatively low. The level of knowledge, awareness, and participation of farmers is relatively low for the country. And we present the following reasons. First, there's low knowledge about the basic information or concept of policy development in a participatory policy process. So farmers have difficulty in participating in policy processes as they are focused more on farming as their main source of living. Also, we note that there's info dissemination from government and various sectors is quite poor, and this must be strengthened. The policy process seems to be designed for high-level stakeholders. And finally, the reason that we were able to discuss is that family farmers, specifically smallholder farmers in the Philippines, are, we would say, deprived of access to good basic education. So because with greater capabilities from education, then they would have more confidence to participate in social discussions, political discussions in their community. So they have low knowledge about participatory policy process and this also. With regard to the second question, which is really us identifying existing mechanisms, platforms, or systems in place in support of participatory policy making in the Philippines, we were able to identify a few. And going into that, the first one is what I presented earlier, the Magna Carta for Smallholder Farmers has been around for some time. Although it was noted by one of our group mates that there's not much advocacy on this, or to maybe to promote it some more in the past years. If I may go straight to our suggestion on how to sustain this particular mechanism, we suggest a review of the succeeding legislations related to Magna Carta. One example of a policy was the coconut levy legislation, and of course, if these are already spelled out, of course, just more information about what I shared earlier. In our report, we do cover other legislations that have come after the Magna Carta, in particular the AFMA, and also the rice tariffication law was also a relevant policy also that followed Magna Carta, and it has affected also the way Magna Carta has been implemented at the present time. So if I may go horizontal, we identified key players and stakeholders who may be able to ensure grassroots are benefited. So these are, for this Magna Carta properly implemented,
We see farming families, benefiting. Also, former combatants, particularly in the Bangsamoro, ARMM, and of course the civil society organizations. So would also be stakeholders in this, as well as national government agencies, the academe industries, and of course, last but not the least, the indigenous people groups. Another existing mechanism is the Philippine Council for Agriculture, the PCAF, and fisheries, okay, which focuses more on production and marketing. So what can be done? There should be, to strengthen it, involve them in policymaking process, not only in the implementation of programs. So this is one observation by one of our group mates. Also, there's a suggestion to formulate a policy that will institutionalize policy information to LGUs and RDCs, Regional Development Councils. And also, there's a suggestion to review mechanisms and guidelines about the creation of an AFC, Agricultural Fishery Council, if I'm not mistaken, to formulate adequate amendments to the existing policy. And also a suggestion to actively involve AFC representatives in policy development with LGUs. Now, other existing mechanisms, we have identified the RICs, farmers associations, the 4-H Club for Women, and other rural-based organizations, like organizations for the youth. And our suggestion is to strengthen their involvement in the policymaking process as well, and to strengthen the federation of these rural-based organizations. And then, of course, we noted knowledge, learning, and market policy engagement platform is which is organized by Pakisama, a member of the EFA, as one of the existing mechanisms, and we suggested that it must be good to mainstream the participation of KLMPE and other target stakeholders in AFA's national and regional activities, and also to advocate the implementation of the Magna Carta for young farmers, as there is a lack of platforms that will serve the venue for info dissemination of policies in the policy process, or policy ideas in the policy process. Of course, there's need for capability building or capacity building for this. And then, of course, there's a need to strengthen farmers and fisher folks cooperatives and provide inclusive assistance from civil society organizations in order to realize this. Okay, so with the little time that was left, we discussed the challenges and bottlenecks of farmers and farming policy, participatory policy. So, of course, we went back to the answering question 1, and we reflected on the low knowledge of participatory policy process among family farms and organizations of family farmers. And we present the following solution. Of course, it's important to have more information dissemination, advocacy, and capacity building to encourage active engagement of farming families in the process. So there's a lot of work towards that, should go toward that. Also, we noted another challenge is the lack of access to information. So we suggest that there should be presentation of information in a format easily understandable by target audiences. Now, for the lack of direct access to market, which is also not just a challenge to family farming participatory policy, but also just a challenge to the welfare of the farmers, we suggest provision of platforms for family farming, for example, farm market roads, digital market platforms like the eCadiwa, and also regular consultation of government representatives with farmers and farmer groups, especially on marketing information, market prices. Also spearheading the support to producers and consumers cooperative and association. Another challenge is the lack of government funding on one hand, and on the other, a lack of commitment of service providers, in particular in extension. Okay, so we suggest values transformation of service providers through training, and of course, values for transformation of family farms or farming families. And also, there's a suggestion to professionalize extension services at the local government and of course in the national government agencies. And finally, okay, we also tackled the challenge of vulnerability to climate change, no, which is a threat, no, to agro-fisheries productivity. We covered this because this is one of the big, the wicked problems also that could take away attention from the issues that family farms would be more concerned about. So we discussed the following solution: development of early warning action system and strengthening of research of our research organizations, some of our research RDDs. So that's it, I guess, no, for our group 1, and our analysis for our country case, which is the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eileen, for the presentation. So let's move on to the second group. Who's the presenter for group 2? Okay, Attorney Damsel.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Damsel from the College of Public Affairs of UPLB, and I've been tasked to present a summary of the discussion of Group 2. Our group had a very rich exchange over chat, so I don't think I can capture everything and do justice to that rich discussion. But nonetheless, you'll see in the slides the actual messages posted by my group mates, and I will just summarize the highlights. So on the first question, if we can go to the slide number 3, please. On the first question about the knowledge, awareness, understanding, and participation of farmers, there is a recognition that there's some level of unevenness in the sense that some groups and some family farmers have some knowledge of the policy process and have been involved and have a good understanding of some tactics and strategies of how to be engaged in this process. But despite that, I think the consensus of the group has been that there is still limited knowledge in general among family farming communities about the policy process, the actual knowledge and awareness of what happens, how they can be engaged. And even for those who already know about it, some of them don't know the nitty-gritties of the tactics and strategies. And also there was a note towards the end of our discussion. I'm not sure if it was captured here, but it was also agreed upon by another member of the group that some participants, even if they know the process and they have an understanding and they would want to be engaged, sometimes they refuse because they feel like their voice will not be heard anyway. But in the discussion also, what has been emphasized is the importance of organizations, whether cooperative groups or federations or community level organizations that would allow the farmers to be able to consolidate their voices and have a greater chance of being heard. So here we see that the membership in those groups do not only serve as a vehicle for them to participate, that's also a vehicle for them to gain the knowledge, awareness, and understanding so that they can participate in the policy process. We also emphasized in the discussion like making very important distinctions as to the family farmers. So there are really family farmers who are able to access some of the participatory mechanisms, but we have to keep a keen eye on the marginalized ones, those who really could be unorganized or could be just left at the sidelines, so they are not usually consulted. They're not usually in the list of the people, the usual suspects who are invited to consultations. As to the second question, so on the mechanisms and platforms in place to support participatory policy making. So there were a number of mechanisms mentioned. So a group would be mechanisms that are already embedded in the policy process, which we term as formal mechanisms, and these can be included in the mechanisms, for example, in the local government code, or you have public hearings, you have committees. There are also certain councils, whether crop-related or not, including the PCAF, which was mentioned by the other group. There are also mechanisms that are led or spearheaded by civil society organizations and even private groups such as Agrea, or you have the NGOs and the federations that help organize and facilitate the participatory process. As regards to how we could strengthen these, there were also many important suggestions. Now, one is that we have to rethink the participatory process, and I think it's been quite a recurring theme in that I noticed in the chat, that many times it's just limited to consultation, or in another slide it's referred to as consensus, that it's limited to just asking them, or sometimes just informing them that something is happening, and if they have feedback, they can give it. So I think part of strengthening is like moving it a notch higher or forward, such that it would involve more empowering forms of participation, and that it will include more fact and science-based discussions. And we also saw the need to really strengthen the capacity of both sides. It's not just the farm families, but and their understanding and skills in engagement and knowledge of how to put forward their causes, but also understanding on the part of the policymakers, whether at the local or national level, their staff, on how to listen, how to ensure that they can integrate the feedback. One observation has been that many times these consultations, you have so many inputs, but you don't know what happened to them, and you don't know how they were actually incorporated into the actual language of the policy. And then if they were not incorporated, why, and what has happened to that? How can it be addressed if it is raised as an important issue? So the process in terms of that, because some of my group members also emphasized that in this whole participatory process, the openness of the government and also of the other participants to engage in that exchange is very critical. Another recommendation is to leverage the existing mechanisms. So there are quite a number already of platforms in place, except that I think they have not been completely maximized, or sometimes there has to be synergy in that both formal and informal processes will have to be embedded, so that participation will be more meaningful. Like, it's so difficult to just ask farmers, you have to bring in or submit a position paper, and that's the requirement to participate in that process. And of course that will be usually a not so easy task, especially if people are unorganized, right? So those things have to be rethought. And I also raised the need for trust building initiatives to be in place. No, it's not just participation right away. The participatory process is not a one-time event. No, that we have to create a policy, then you have to sit and then let's talk. Usually it's a series of talks, and even before you get to these series of talks, you have a lot of networking events, or sometimes trust-building dialogues that may not involve the actual issues yet, but are there to strengthen the trust and strengthen the relationship, so that the exchange, when you get to the participatory process, would be more substantive. Another important mechanism that has been raised in the group is the role of farming cooperatives, because they provide a locus for organizing the farmers, and they are really accessible, and they are the ones who can easily bridge that gap in terms of the knowledge and the capacity of farming communities to engage in the policy process. So strengthening these, including those councils that we have mentioned earlier, would be very crucial. Ensuring also the networks with not just those within the Luzon, but including BARM, the regional stakeholders, including the academe, would also be important in strengthening those mechanisms that are already in place. Like the previous group, there's also a suggestion to review the existing institutional mechanisms and structures, no, so that we can see more specifically the gaps, and we can really recommend specific actions that can be taken to make the farming families actually participate and provide their input in the policy process. As for the next question on this topic, on the key players and stakeholders, so I think it's in the next slide. We identified quite a lot, and it ranges from at the national level. So we of course have our line agencies. Number one in the agencies mentioned would of course be the Department of Agriculture, then the Department of Agrarian Reform, and then the important coordinating bodies and such as NEDA was also mentioned. You have the role of the Cooperative Development Authority, since we have emphasized how important cooperatives are. We also have identified, of course, the Senate, the House, our policymakers, these organizations at the national level. But at the same time, we value local authorities, our local government units, particularly the people who interact with our farmers. So from our municipal, provincial agriculturists, and also, of course, the local chief executive who sets many of the directions of the policies at the local level. Apart from those in the government, we also emphasize the importance of, again, the farmers groups, the civil society organizations, and with, again, a keen eye on making sure that those who have less voice and the marginalized are represented as stakeholders. And this would include the IP communities, and that's why even among the national agencies, the NCIP was also mentioned, because the issue of free and prior informed consent. Now, so apart from these, we also recognize that we have to not just identify these groups and see their roles, but really see the interconnections, really see how they can complement each other, and how they can all align their own policies and their own priorities, so that farming families can really be the issues of farming families can be mainstreamed in their work. No? So we have seen here that the stakeholders and players that have been identified really span like a whole gamut of like government and non-government and formal and informal actors. On the next question, gaps and challenges. So this one is quite a lot in terms of what are the things that constrain us from really maximizing the participation of our farmers. But I could perhaps categorize these challenges and gaps into one in terms of the process. No, the group has identified one, when we want consultations, we want participatory processes, that usually takes time, and sometimes people don't have that luxury because we already need to have this policy in place, or sometimes their resources are limited to do all the consultations nationwide. So there's one. Sometimes there's an issue of who are the ones participating? Is it the usual people, or is there a broad set of stakeholders who are invited? And that's where the idea of their need for an updated database of small farming families was raised, because we have to involve these people who are not normally invited, or who may not be organized and have remained in the sidelines. And the importance of information also about these mechanisms, so that they are able to participate, and understanding that people would have different also priorities at certain times, and the culture. In terms of the consultation process itself, there were, of course, challenges that I think are inherent in the complexity of policy making, such that one thing that could cause delay, or that could cause challenges, is that you have different opinions, and that's the point of participatory processes, that you are able to find a platform for gathering all those diverse views. And having those differences, of course, can be challenging, because when you put people with different stance, or could be even be political or ideological perspectives, it can be messy at times. And that's why also one of the things that have been emphasized here is the importance of making sure that the process is deliberative, and it's not just consultation or reaching a consensus, but really bringing out, drawing out the contributions, the insights of the people in the process. So another challenge is that from like stepping back a bit from the perspective of the participants and also the policymakers, sometimes the real value of the participatory process is not as clear, or is not very much appreciated, particularly for processes that are mandated. So sometimes policymakers or people in government would see it more as it's a requirement, so we have to do it, but we don't really see it as important or something that is value adding to the entire process of policymaking. And at the same time, for the farming families also, we have to help them appreciate that even if it will take time, even if it's challenging to engage people and to help them understand the perspective that we're coming from, there's value, and there's improvement that can be done in the policy if they engage in that process, and the capacity also to understand their own limitations. That of course, people are not the policymakers, so in the end, the decisions is not theirs, but at the same time, policymakers represent the people, and so therefore they have to understand. So those kinds of skills are necessary, apart from the need to emphasize the result of the process, such that when there are consultations, when we get inputs, we have to make sure that we are able to translate this into policies. I've seen a lot of instances where but people don't know how to incorporate it in like a policy that can be amended, or in the language of the policy that will be issued. So the inputs are just there. So I think the skill in being able to do that would be very critical. And another that has been pointed out, I think, in the next page, of the more concrete solutions or courses of actions that have been suggested in our group. So in the participatory process, in consultations, in the exchange, language is very critical. So policies or issues that have to be taken into account in the crafting of policies must be communicated in a language that would allow stakeholders to actually understand what is at stake or what issue is involved. Of course, time would be critical to be able to invite them, for them to prepare and actually think about and give substantive inputs. And the importance of data also has been raised, both primary and secondary, in making that available so that it can be considered in making decisions in the policy process, so the policy will be viable. There's also the importance of ensuring that there are facilitators, recognizing the challenge earlier that was mentioned about consolidating diverse views. And I think what we also raised in this thread is that it's not just people who will manage, who will help draw out the discussions, but I think we need intermediaries, people who will be able to help manage and bridge relationships so that they would engender trust. I've seen this in some work, although outside of the field of agriculture, but you have people who will keep them talking, keep the farmers, you keep the government engaging in one another, and just not stop at the plain consultation, but help them like translate it in specific language in the policy and so on. And we've also raised as part of a course of action the importance of transparency and feedback, so that after the consultation process, after the the people have participated, what happens next? Do they hear up, or do they just see the law, it's been passed, or the rule has been approved, and okay, we were asked, but it was not included? So was there feedback on why was it not included? What can be done to address if it was a legitimate concern or issue? So those things have to be put in place so that we can address the challenges that have been identified earlier, because we know that the process is very complex. It's the importance of managing expectations, as was mentioned in one of the challenges that we also raised, is always there. We cannot please everyone. That's again in the diversity of the opinions that can be raised in a participatory process. But if we cannot please everyone, we have to at least inform them of the reasons why certain issues cannot be addressed at this time. And so there are many others, but I will leave that for you to read in the slide because I know there are other groups who will be sharing. So if I missed anything very critical, I encourage my group mates to just raise them, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Damsel. So for our next presenter, may I request the presenter for Group 3, for the Indonesia group?
Hi, Bernice.
Hello.
Hi. The Indonesian participants are actually having trouble with their internet connection. Nevertheless, I will be presenting the output of the breakout session for Group 3. Okay, so originally we were expecting participants from Indonesia, Nepal, and Kyrgyzstan. Unfortunately, we only had Indonesian participants earlier. Okay, so I will be presenting the output of the session. Okay, so let's just move on. Okay, we had a very enriching discussion. So for the question number 1, so it talks about the level of awareness, understanding, and participation of farmers and farming families in a policy development process. Okay, so I asked them to present this because I cannot explain the context of Indonesians, because they explained a lot. They explained that actually when we talk about the level of knowledge, the small farmers and fisher folks, the farming families are actually not being involved in the development process in their country. Okay, so that's why they put it here that it's actually on the since that farmers and fisher folks are not actually recognized by the government, so they are not being involved in policy development process. And then farmers also do not have the knowledge about policy development process, and that they were not involved. They were actually being involved if the activities are actually being organized by a CSO or an NGO. Okay, so that's their take on the first question. And then they also have different experiences in terms of involvement of the government in the policy forum, and most of it is negative on the particular on the local level. And then they also said that the government should pay attention on situations that would strengthen farmers and fisher folks. Okay, and then I think that's it for the level of awareness. For the question number 2, so it talks about the existing platforms and then mechanisms. In Indonesia, they don't have an existing mechanism, platforms, or systems to support participatory policy making in their country. Okay, so this is the answers that they've given regarding the mechanisms and the platforms. So there is no mechanism platforms in place. Usually what they do is they find their own way in order to participate in the policy development. Mostly the initiative are coming from the small fishers and the farmers, but not really from the government. And then they are being assisted by NGO and then CSO. Okay, their recommendation is to strengthen this farming families, and then to strengthen them to have political education, democracy, and critical awareness of their basic rights and human rights for the people, and then ensure that people get information and then also are well informed, mainstreaming a bottom-up strategy rather than top-down policy models in national policy advocacy, and of course strengthening of this family organizations. So these are the basic in general, the discussion that we had with the group. For the next question, this talks about the stakeholders or players that farmers and farming families should work with. So they have identified the NCFF, and then also universities and research centers or institutions, CSO and or, NGOs, coalitions and INGOs, and then also they identified coalition or reform policies in bureaucracy for potential networking. Okay, and then for the challenges, gaps, and issues that they are encountering. Okay, so they've said that many of the government policies do not recognize the rights of the farmers and then farming families. And then also national policy is more likely to serve and side with the conglomerates and businessmen groups. Their national policy actually do not support the small farmers and fishers. Gaps between policies and the realities of problems faced by the people in general. And then also, as I've mentioned earlier, oligarchs and big corporations are mostly the ones benefiting from government regulations. And then also, one of the challenges that they're experiencing is ensuring participatory policies are in favor of the interests of the common people, not just national political elites. Okay, for the solutions or course of action, okay, so number one that they've mentioned is strengthening agrarian reform genuine. This recognizes farmers and resolve issues or conflicts among farmers and farming communities. Also, there's a need to advocate for protection and empowerment of farmers and fishers, to be strengthened against capitalists and industrialists. And also, the government should recognize the role of the farmers. So there's a need to lobby for this. And then policy development should be done from bottoms up, not the other way around. Okay, I've already mentioned strengthening of family farming organizations. And then the farmers organizations engage with NGOs to advocate public policy in favor of family farming. Okay, and then also there's a need, they should increase collaboration with CSR, private sector, young farmers, and then the community. I think that's it for the output of group 3.
Thank you, Joy.
Okay,
Okay, so for our last group, for the Mekong Delta group, may I request the designated presenter, Miss Irish?
Yes, hi everyone. Good afternoon. So I will be sharing the output of the group. Some of them already left the room, but I will quickly go through the responses of the discussion. So the time was a constraint because there were five countries, I think, that were represented during the discussion. So we were not able to go through each of the questions, but had them share their insights or information responding to the set of questions. So we will still have to go back to the recording of the breakout group to be able to capture all the information that were shared. But this is the summary of the discussion. So for question one, I hope you can see my screen well. Let me, okay. So for question one, in the level of knowledge and participation, generally what has been shared by the group is that there is a continuous capacity building that is ongoing in each of the countries. And most of the capacity building are being done by the NGOs or INGOs, which is very similar to what was shared by the second group. So some of them describe it as a low because of the fact that some farmers organization would just ask someone, could be their NGO partner or their FO secretariat, to represent them during policy dialogue or policy discussion or during the hearing process before enacting the law. So if you look at the text, most have expressed that there is still a need to build the capacity of farmers organization to be engaged in the policy dialogue. So there is a limitation on the part of family farmers organization because before you can actually engage in policy dialogue, you need to have a situational analysis. You have to have these types of data, which most of the farmers organization lack, and they don't have the capacity, the full-time person to really gather all the information to engage fully in policy dialogue. So for the second set of question, in all countries, there are existing platforms, of course, but at a different levels. So there are countries who share that there exist a multi-level platforms, district level, and also provincial level, and also national level. So for example, the case of Lao, it was shared that at the district and provincial level, you have the farmers organization, you have the cooperatives, you have the farmer groups. And then at the national level, you have the networks, you have the federation, the forums. And at the national level, if you can see on the first column, it can either be government-led. These are the working groups or subsector or committees like agrobiodiversity subsector, fisher, and then women's group. So those are at the government level. At the FO, farmer organization level, you also have federations, and then you also have various groups. And then there is also the NGO-led platforms or mechanisms. And some of the examples mentioned, I think this was in Myanmar. They have the Food Security Working Group, for example. They also have the Myanmar Agriculture Network. They also have the NGO Forum. So these are some of the examples of the mechanisms. And then there are also multi-stakeholder platform, but mostly led by, again, NGOs and CSOs. For question number 2, how to strengthen, and also somehow these are the challenges. As you can see there, it is usually the NGOs that continue to build the capacity of farmers' organization to be fully engaged and become part of, until they become part of the process in the government. And also how to sustain, one thing that came out is also bridging, ensuring that there is bridging vertically and also horizontally. So how do you bridge the different platforms, and how do you also bridge the different agencies supporting family farmers? And then how to strengthen. So there is one particular innovation that was shared to strengthen the capacity of farmers to engage using digital technologies. And this is particularly relevant in the context of COVID restrictions. So they continue to do advocacy and campaign through the different multimedia or social media platform. And then last, so as you can see, the third column is about the different players. So again, it can be sectoral, it can be local, national. So issues and challenges. So as you can see, the first point, there are a lot of national, local policies, but very low investment to actually implement the policies. And I think this is very common to all countries. And also there is fragmentation in terms of policy development and program development. So there is a need to bridge this fragmentation. And also there is the point that was mentioned that usually the farmers organization would just ask a representative to represent them in policy discussion. So that is one thing that can also be looked at. And then coordination of agencies, that is also seen as a challenge. And again, the bridging. And it was also mentioned that NCFF, the National Committee of Family Farming, is still not in place in Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos. And this is one platform that actually can bridge all the agencies because it's about family farming. So all the agencies in supporting farmers' welfare should be involved in the NCFF platform. So solutions identify who will bridge the different stakeholders. So there was a mention that maybe IFAD, FAO, they can play a role in this. And I think this is happening and this has happened in the case of the Philippines when the NCFF was starting. Also, there is investment coming from these development agencies. And I think this is also the same case in other countries, as we have heard during the sessions. So there is also the question of how can the emerging themes like insurance or social insurance, safety, how can they be integrated in the policies, or how can they be discussed moving forward? And of course, investments in implementing the policies. So yeah, this is the summary of the discussion. The details per country will be shared, and I think this will be part of the documentation, and we will still have to go back to the recording. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irish. So we've heard the presentations of the 4 groups. Now, maybe we can open the floor for a few questions or clarifications from the participants. So you may raise your hand or you can key in your questions and comments at the chat box. Anyone? Maybe you're all tired. Any questions? Okay, I think there are none. If ever, you can still type in your comments and questions at the chat box. So let me turn over the floor to Jean.
Okay, thank you for facilitating our discussion on the breakout sessions, Ms. Bernice, and thank you to everyone who presented their inputs. Finally, for our synthesis and closing, may I call on again Dr. Ped Chris M. Orencio to give his concluding remarks. Dr. Ped?
Okay, finally we have reached the end of this webinar workshop. But before I give my closing remarks, I would like to go through some of the highlights from the 4 sessions that we underwent in this forum. So let me just share my screen first. Of course, everybody might be already drained, no, from the discussions. I think we had a very good exchange in the 4 breakout groups. I was able to gather from the presentations, but should I miss some? I think since this will be just providing you the highlights of the breakout sessions. I mean, in addition to the initial sessions that we had earlier, we will be sharing with you and we'll be disseminating the documentation of this regional forum. So let me just go through the program first. We had, of course, session 1 on participatory policy making in the context of family farming in the Southeast Asia, and then we had a discussion of or sharing from the country cases. We also had sharing coming from different countries on the development of their national action plans, and then we had the breakout sessions. So generally, if we go through the how many hours have we spent all together, I think it's more than 4 hours, I guess, or more. Yeah. We had a discussion of what are the current supports to family farming in the Southeast Asian region. We found that this event is particularly under UNDFF Pillar 1, and this is basically supporting the enabling policy environment to strengthen family farming, and part of this includes the institutions, policies, and investments, and the mechanisms for participation and cooperation of state and non-state actors. And from the keynote provided to us by Ms. Esther, farmers and farming families are in this Pillar 1 is included in the decision-making process and have the ownership by contributing game-changing solutions, taking responsibility, and engaging into meaningful partnerships. On the other hand, the video that was shown earlier discussed the current country and regional priorities, which also includes the pressing issues in the region, such as the impact of COVID-19, the state of agriculture, natural resource management, food security, and nutrition. It was actually an opportunity for us to know, opportunity to highlight the family farming in terms of partnerships, the innovations, the digital technologies that are helping to improve food security and nutrition across the region, as well as regional and global policy and regulatory matters. So we also heard the sharing coming from our young farmers, from young farmer groups, and we heard that farmers and fishers are now getting too old for what is back-breaking work, and the children are not keen on replacing them in the field or family farming for a lack of interest or incentive for both. So this condition is really a major threat in terms of country's food security. We have here a discussion about the Magna Carta of young farmers to serve as the policy framework intended to recognize, the strategic role of young farmers and promoting a sense of pride for the youth in agriculture, and aims to establish the National Young Farmers Roadmap. There are recommendations on strengthening the young farmers organization in the country through continued organizing efforts and capacity building initiatives such as trainings, workshops, and knowledge exchange. So when we had the discussion about the current policies on on family farming, the 3 Southeast Asian countries, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, provided context to the existing programs related to family farming in terms of operations, the production, the drivers, and challenges across the phases of the policy development cycle to develop context-specific suggestions for improving the policy development process, particularly in enhancing participation of our farmers. So the participation of local community groups in the planning and decision making for programs and projects is important, and this merits from a strong support of civil society group that operates at various scales, and the government providing the enabling environment for participation, and of course making it closer to the people. But the action should be linked to implementing other development plans, such as those that are related to economic, environment, and social sectors. In the discussion and the session related to the NAPs, we have heard from Indonesia, the Philippines, and the Lao PDR about their specific undertakings involving a roadmap that will support sustainable development of family farming. So we've heard that the plans some of them are still in the initial stage, consists of practical mechanisms for advancing the 7 pillars. So this basically encompass sustainable food production, creating rural development, fighting rural poverty, maintaining culture, youth participation, and women empowerment. There's the discussion about the necessity of a platform, such as consultation sessions with various multi-sectoral stakeholders, especially with the CSOs and farmers, with other NGAs, NGOs, and private sector in developing the plan. Well, the one thing that's really coming out from the presentation is that the overall process must be inclusive and focused on agricultural transition that the country experiences. So it must respond to the current issues in agricultural sector and cater to the needs of the farming families to improve their lives. Okay, so moving forward, as a result of the session, we had a good exchange in terms of assessing the level of knowledge, attitude, and practices on policy development, looking at how farmers participated in the process. So relatively, based on the presentations, the KAP, or the knowledge, attitude, and practices of family farmers, are low, which can be attributed to first, the lack of quality education, the lack of access on quality information, unorganized activities, and also lacking in terms of meaningful participation. So they're only up to consultation level, and engaging in, and the engagement is actually requires policy situationer, or engaging in a policy requires policy or a situationer. However, organized farmers have greater voice, and they have better understanding and involvement in the process. There is also the attribution to the limited programs that government and other service providers do to engage people in the policy making process. So on the current mechanism supporting participation, this actually ranges at different, are operational in different scales. Now we have activities organized by civil society organizations, governance mechanisms such as councils that are created and mandated by laws. We have institutionalized like development fora, regional consultations, dialogues among stakeholders with farmer associations or rural-based organizations. This can be multi-level nature, and these are managed and implemented by either the government, the CSOs, or the NGOs. But there's the need to extend participation to other stakeholder groups in the policy development process. We have identified stakeholders that should be involved, such as the IP communities, former combatants, more CSOs, the coalitions, and AFC representatives. And of course, when we extend this participation, it should be with consideration of the mechanisms that can reach the geographical and physical limitations between the policymakers and the communities. So creating solutions, there's been a lot. So I just mentioned three that really captured my attention. So first is the strengthening of the capacity of farm families to meaningfully participate in the process. And first, that's the strengthening capacity of farm. And the other hand is the strengthening of the capacity of service providers to ensure substantive exchange of views through processes that are more deliberative, with the use of suitable language and the right timing. On the other hand, we can also leverage on the existing mechanisms and review this to ensure that modalities can complement each other, because we have a lot. We have formal and non-formal mechanisms that are available, and with consideration of existing resources, the participation of multi-stakeholders, and of course, maximizing the investments. On the other hand, we can also look at capitalizing on the value addition of participatory process in policy development activities by ensuring more transparent feedback mechanisms, like strengthening the review process for policies, thereby building trust in the process and minimizing dispute among stakeholders, and improve coordination and representation in the process. So this is my last slide. I just would like to go back again to our objectives and look at it if we were able to meet this, no, as we end this work. This forum. No? The first one is if we have identified lesson gaps and bottlenecks in operationalizing participatory policy making as experienced by various actors in the Southeast Asian countries, and the response to this from my perspective is of course yes, and I hope you are all in unison to this answer. So also we aim to provide evidences on how people participation has been effective method for public policy making, and this is coming out from the presentations of the countries that shared about the process of developing their national action plans. And finally, to gather insights and recommendations on how to further promote and strengthen the adoption of participatory policymaking in public policy development. And through our breakout sessions, we were able to gather enough recommendations that we can now package maybe in a form of a policy brief or a policy paper that we can further share with our policymakers and provide more inputs on how they can further enhance, the participatory planning process. So while we shall be closing the doors on this lively and stimulating discussion of the family farming gaps and opportunities in Southeast Asia, which, by the way, has been very nicely moderated. So thank you very much. We shall now begin opening windows on how to respond to the further meeting, the needs of our family farmers. No? Each one of us now is being entrusted with the commitment to move forward, this important undertakings in advancing the participation of farmers in the process of policy making, and make family farming contribute towards achieving greater impact from the standpoints of sustainable development. Again, let me take this opportunity to thank everyone. SEARCA is very pleased to have been a partner in this undertaking. We thank AFA, FAO, our partner state members, civil society organizations, our academe partners, our focal points in the Southeast Asian region. We thank you all and for providing your insights and your suggestions on what kind of development efforts or sustainable policies can we push forward to further shape, or enhancing our institutions and government interventions. Finally, we are grateful to all those who have been involved in this organization of this webinar. And thank you for all who have participated and shared their views. It is very important that the views expressed in this webinar be disseminated to a wider audience, particularly on the level of recommendations. And clearly, this task has been in very capable hands. Again, thank you all. Congratulations and have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Doc Ped, for summing up the discussions today. That ends our Regional Policy Forum. But before we close, please let us know what you think about today's discussions by following the link to the feedback form shown in the chat box. Your feedback will help us improve our online learning events. Please note that this is also the same link for certificate requests. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Once again, this is Jean Labios for SEARCA. Have a good day. Stay healthy, stay safe, and goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Sa
sir. Irish, thank you.
Okay, salamat. Ped, pakopy ako ng PowerPoint synthesis mo, ha?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure,
thank
sir.
you.
Opo.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you.
Salamat po, Sir Joe. Good to see you again.
Yeah, Pete.
Thank
Very
you,
interesting
Romy.
seminar. Very interesting.